got one. It's all good.
Let's see. Let me see what's going on real quick in this chat.
I just now got your notification, so figure give it a couple minutes. People will start bouncing back and forth and start doing some
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I
Start
just
saying
saw
what's
mine
up.
on my computer.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to put this screen connected here soon. That'd be for another time, though.
Hey, there's the man to ask how do you get rid of all those screens.
Oh, what did you
That's what I was gonna. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
what were you trying to do? Hey Joe, hey Laura.
What's going
Try
on
to.
now?
What's up, Joe and Laura? I was trying to figure out how to attach my smaller screen. Do I got to hook it up to my PC? Or do I hook it up? What's up, Patricia?
Trisha
Or do
Scooby.
Hey Patricia.
I hook it up to my other TV? Because I cannot get it to work at all. But we can get into
What
that later.
connection do you have in your laptop?
This is a I have a PC right now.
Do you have that little connection that's blue, has all the little pins in it?
I believe
Here,
so for a wireless type deal.
Yeah, no, there's. Hold on, I'm gonna get my work PC. Joe. I'll be right back.
What's up, everybody in the chat?
What's
We
up,
got
y'all?
some badass people with us
Do you
tonight.
have that one?
I think I might have something like that actually.
Or do you have that one's the same as your TV? Oh no, that's a display port.
Oh wait, what a
If
hoot
you want,
owl!
hit me up later. Take a picture of your computer,
Yes, sir.
and then I'll tell you which connections you'll need.
Heard that. Yeah, that's what I definitely. You seem like you know what's going on. You have an awesome setup, so I'll definitely hit you up on that.
Hey,
What's up, Milkmaid?
milkmaid.
Little milk.
What did you?
So how are you guys doing?
Hey,
You
hoot
guys,
owl.
I woke up this way. I don't know what's up with it.
you guys notice anything different, chat?
So,
Let's
guys,
see.
tonight we're going to talk about splinter cells, sleeper cells, all kinds of little hidden things in this country that we do not know about. So, Josh, what's going on with you? So, you know, the way it always goes on these things, it goes where it goes. That's where we're going to start. So, what are your opinions on sleeper cells? Do you think we have a lot of them? Do you think it's something to worry about? Something that's Mr.
Someone's
Roman? I'll
echoing.
let you go.
I heard that too.
Cool. Shoot. So sleeper cells. Good lord. That's like that's one of those things that concerns the crap out of me. I'll be honest with you. You think of a sleeper cell. A lot of people, you go in movies and you think of a guy, like from whatever X country he comes in, he sneaks in and he still has an accent. I don't think that's the way these guys would operate. I mean, the 9/11 guys, how long were they in the country? Like 5 years, something ridiculous like that. They're going to take a guy like me, for instance. I'm Spanish, but I could grow a beard, passes, whatever. I've had people speak Arabic to me in airports. Stick these three or four guys in Honduras, Guatemala, wherever, and they just stay there for 2, 3 years, pick up the language, the accent, and then we're not controlling the border anymore. I think we've beat that horse to death on a few other chats.
Yeah.
These are the guys that scare me because they come in, they already know the language, they just kind of filter in, and you don't know where they're going, and that's something that concerns me. Is these guys, like you said, a sleeper cell, but they're sleeping somewhere else and then sneak in.
Right. What about you, Pilgrim? How you feeling on the subject?
I feel like there are definitely sleeper cells already here, and I don't want to sound controversial though, but I think that they can not only just be coming from terrorist groups, though. They could be coming from places like China or Russia. Where I'm at in Tennessee, it's a number one place for human trafficking in a couple of these big cities, and it's connected to the Russian mafias, and the Russian mafias are connected to the Russian government. And it gets a little bit deeper than that. I don't want to sound insane though with it when it comes to the like the Chinese espionage like side of it. You know what I'm saying? But they could just seem like there's just somebody that works at this place
Well, see, that's what's weird because like even it might be the perspective because you're a little bit younger, but like every growing up, the sleeper cells I never imagined Middle Eastern. I never even saw the Middle Eastern, except for like the Libyans back in the day. But as far as the Middle East, it was never an issue for me until 20 years ago. But it was always the Asians were what I always assumed would be the most numbers when it comes to having sleeper cells in different countries because they've been doing it forever.
Exactly.
And those guys, I think they took a different route. Before John McAfee died, did you guys see some of his tweets? They were still up on Twitter. And he had this long ass one. I mean, it went, how you tweet too long and it goes into 4 tweets?
Right.
And he said, he had said that a lot of these guys, they come here and they apply for a position as an IT manager, say, right? They're real smart dudes. So the first guy will go and not get the job, right? But he'll take notes about the interviewer, the questions they ask, what the guy had in his office. He gives it to the second guy and then the third girl, and they keep studying that job until one of them gets it. And then the others start sneaking off to other positions, and that's how some of them would get into the companies. And he ran some out of McAfee because he suspected them of being agents, really.
Yeah. See, I never actually the parallel between corporate espionage and an actual sleeper cell is pretty much exactly identical, just on a smaller scale. It's kind of like a gang member compared to the government. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're both bad, but it's just different scales.
But think about it: if you were like in the IT manager of some big company and you were assigned to hack a water plant, well, you have all those company computers you can use. Right. And who's going to look for you there, right? They're all paying attention to Al-Qaeda. So they're kind of two, if you think about it. You have the more espionage side and then the actual terrorist side.
Right. Yeah, because the espionage would aid the terrorism, especially if you got control over electricity or power to a certain area that wants to be looked at a little bit closer by somebody. Right, Patricia? Yeah.
Everywhere. Share a link on the McAfee.
Yeah, we were talking about it backstage a while ago. The guy in the Southwest, Arizona, New Mexico, something like that, a couple years ago, that had he was squatting on some guy's land in the desert, and had the semi-trailers and the tire walls and all those kids down there that are training to shoot and do all that other stuff. That's one instance, and he had the balls to actually do it on somebody else's property. Imagine how many of those people are actually smart and stayed hidden. Yeah.
And you never know. Like you pointed, we talked about it earlier. I mean, you want to freak out the populace. You don't have to blow up the World Trade Center again. You go start blowing up Walmarts, and that'll lock down the country. And the economic loss would be phenomenal, guys. I mean, geez, look what the Rona did. And it's a stupid disease,
Right. Yeah, you figure see, that's the thing, is it doesn't really take much to disrupt the flow. Like, I've brainstormed this and had little personal think tanks out here in the hammock, to like how easy it would be to, with a certain number of people, what's the most chaos that you can cause. And it's really not that hard to actually figure out.
No.
Just pay attention to what's around you. And it's it's crazy how that goes. Nobody even acts like they got a concern about it. Every once in a while, oh, this, but then they move on to the next subject. And it's like there's literally all these people that are here that could. Like, I believe that there are so many Chinese coming through illegally now. Anyway, hundreds of thousands a year, just that they know of. How hard would it be to slowly start sneaking over? Triads or communist sympathizers.
Exactly.
15 time over 30 years. That's an army. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's always freaked me out how they have like Chinatown in San Francisco and stuff like that.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, I get it, but I wrestle with freedom but assimilation at the same time. But just the fact that whole city inside of a city is there, there's probably enough people there already to take over San Francisco and shut it down if they wanted to.
They spit on the ground and shit because the people walking around it who aren't Chinese. Is something I've heard. That's why you'd be hearing about them spitting in Chinatown a lot.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because I'm pretty sure we have a bunch of Taiwanese somewhere in Beijing spying on them. So it's the Cold War. We just not doing it to Russia as much. We went the other way,
Can you
and
imagine how
they're
tense
screwing with
that
us.
is?
We're screwing with them. But hey, Hava, most of these, I would think, geez, China's not going to benefit from collapsing other economies unless they're doing it for a very specific reason. Someone in the chat pointed out the random attacks. Those are the ones that really screw things. But shoot, you never know. God.
Right. See, I don't necessarily believe that there will ever be, eventually there's going to be boots on American soil. I mean, it's just history. It's going to happen one way or another. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. I think it's going to be a lot more smaller things. I'm just saying, I think they have the numbers that if they wanted to, it's, there's enough there that it's on the table still. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to look, if we look at the different cities, like how many countries have we, went to assist, and we've got our American soil fenced off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we've got that in so many countries. If you look
That's
at
where
the
the
leadership,
banana republics come from.
you look at the leadership we got today. Do you honestly believe that the mayor and all the people in San Francisco would not be like, yeah, come on in, we welcome you, and let them use that as as a strong point? They don't have to go farther than the city, but just to have the city is something in itself. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Well, it does make sense. I mean, the Japanese, Admiral Yamamoto, he was the one who said, we'd never invade America because there'd be a rifle behind every blade of grass. They won't just invade. They would have to get invited. They'd have to use the back door and get here first.
I heard about Gavin Newsom supposedly being in talks with Chinese leadership last year or some shit like that. It might have just been some bullshit, but I could see it though, honestly, like allowing them to. But there's a lot of Marine bases out there though. But I think, I don't know, let me see. And I'll share this other link right here too.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a rabbit hole, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility, especially in the times that we're living in nowadays.
Yeah, because as back when they were as back whenever T-Man was in office still, and I'm not, trying to sit here and ride T-Man's nuts or anything like that. But I think that they were, if he would have won again, they possibly would have gone through with this.
Well, see, that's kind of what I'm concerned about too, is because I've been seeing it a lot lately in the chat. I've been thinking on it a lot lately about the splinter cells and the sleeper cells. It's like all the groups that were causing all that chaos last year. There was hardly anything this year. And it's kind of like, are people going into hiding and training, or are people waking up? Or is do we have to start paying attention to more local shit? That's at least that's what I think. A lot of small town stuff's going to start happening, I think. But,
yeah, and have you guys? There's a book. They never made a movie out of it. Oh no, they did. Sum of All Fears. It was Affleck was in it, and oh shoot, what's his name? The guy who played God in
Morgan Freeman.
thank you, Morgan Freeman. Um, Morgan Freeman, Ben Affleck was young. He was younger. This was made a while ago. The book and the movie were a little different, but one of the premises was the cartels, which kind of go in and out, and we battle that constantly. Um, the terrorists use the cartels to get pieces into the country, and then their sleeper cells met the pieces on the other side and started trying to put it together. So that way, there were components scattered everywhere. So if one guy got busted, you only lost that guy, that component.
Right.
So
it makes sense.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm worried about is that, we've got Canada shut down, but Mexico's wide the fuck open. So it's kind of like, who knows what kind of nonsense is coming across that border from any country. And they're literally building an army in our neighborhoods and we don't even see it. Some of these people, it's the party. They could be here 30, 40 years and then slit your throat. And they've known you for 20 years, it's crazy to actually think that they're actually out there.
They're going to be pillars of their community, like people that look at them like this is a good guy.
And you got to think too, it's not all foreign either, because there's a lot of homegrowns.
Right.
That's the exact same thing too. So I'm not just putting it all off on foreign folks.
A lot of ISIS's members were from other Canada or the United States. They're from England or something like that.
And that alert Homeland put out, although that a lot of folks said, well, you're picking on the preparedness and the Second Amendment folks, but truthfully, the big threat is these guys are on Twitter, which blows my mind. Taliban has a Twitter account and 45 doesn't, right? But they just spout out nonsense, and some cat in Chicago listens to it and he flips out or he agrees with them, and then he goes and drives a car into people, and how do you control that?
See, we're trying to police behavior and act like certain behavior doesn't exist. If that makes, I know that's a broad statement. But.
No, it makes sense. Shoot. And it's concerning when you think about it, because it doesn't take much. I mean, we saw it in 2020. You lock folks up for a bit and then they start flipping out, they start rioting. And somebody had asked me, well, the people who bought all the toilet paper, are they preppers? I was like, no, those are hoarders. And he said, well, how do you know? I said, because the preppers were at home watching the hoarders on TV.
Yep.
We buy slowly over time, so we're not the idiot out there. When people are freaking out, I have the option of saying, you know what? I don't like this show. I'm going to go back home. And I'm not in a bind because of it.
It seems like the other day Ghost was saying something about how they've the Taliban or ISIS or whatever the hell they are over there now. I can't even keep track anymore. Whoever it is over there, they're already putting out the propaganda newsletter and all that stuff. And then you see, I think Virginia Roots just got a random Chinese news magazine in her mail the other day.
That's what she said.
So, propaganda is going real tough right now everywhere.
Oh, wow.
And then you look back, remember before Trump, when Obama was still in there, you kept hearing reports every week about some blonde white girl over there who flew over there so she could be an ISIS bride, or a 16-year-old, and all these. We've got this whole generation of dumbass kids who are going to, they're seeing this stuff on Twitter and Instagram, and that's how they're recruiting them. So it's almost like they're building their own little sleeper cells with our own people.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the radical Islam could coexist with this kind of like transgenderism, wokeism kind of.
Actually, it would be the opposite.
Exactly.
They would when they took over, when the Taliban first took over back the cities a few years ago, and then we had to chase them away again. They were taking the poor gay folks, throwing them off buildings. They
You know,
would, read the penalty, whatever crime they supposedly committed, and just shove them off the building. Uh, yeah, so it's kind of, some people want to change the way our society is, but hell, the devil you know and the devil you don't.
that's right.
Yeah, I mean they're living their lives according to the way their religion tells them to. It's messed up,
Well, see, you
but
can't spot an
that's
ideology.
not that's not the way I was raised.
Mhm.
But that's the way they was though.
It's like you can't profile an ideology because
No.
you can make your mouth say anything. Nobody knows what's in another man's heart. So that's the problem, is trying to find the extremists. It's like there's some on both sides, whether it's Islamic, Christian, whatever. There's zealots on every side. And it's that mindset. You never know unless that person wants you to know if they've got that mindset. And
Yeah.
it's fighting an invisible enemy, but then trying to talk it down and negotiate instead of just getting rid of the problem. If that makes sense. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I don't hear who. Somebody, I just saw a comment, but it's gone already. I'm gonna scroll back.
True that, right? I hear you, man.
Hoot, that's a good point. Where were her? It was a girl. Where the hell were her parents? Botox Biden.
My bad, guys. I got a little lost in that chat just now.
Yeah, I think I did some looking the other day, and I came up and said the only thing that I could find substantial was after 9/11. They said there was assumed to be roughly 50 sleeper cells with roughly 10 people per cell. That's really all the information I could find on anything sleeper cell related.
Are you talking about like terrorist sleeper cells?
Just in general, because there are splinter cells too, to where they're not there to do anything big; they're just there to cause chaos. Go out, tear this up, tear that up, go back. They're the distraction part. So there's different levels.
Well, if you go to the State Department, they have a list of designated foreign terrorist organizations. I was just looking at that. I'll throw the link at you guys. Hold on. Oh, shit. I can't type. There we go. Bam. But yeah, it's honestly, there's becoming very blurred lines between espionage and acts of terrorism, because you want to mess with someone's economy, right? So you hack a pipeline, right? That technically is an economic hack, but then people may die as a result of not being able to get fuel or whatever. So now you've committed an act of terror. I wonder where that line is drawn. And I know POTUS had said, if they're not careful with the hacks, we can go from a hacking cyber war to a shooting war. And maybe he was onto something. Like, look, there's a certain point where you do some damage and, we're going to get pretty pissed off. But I haven't seen a reaction yet from the government. I mean, we have a shit show in Afghanistan right now. It's just bad.
Another distraction.
Well, notice the ammo ban hit 2 days into this kerfuffle we have going on in overseas.
I didn't know anything about no ammo ban. What do you mean?
That's
news to me.
How many things officially got hacked by foreign people this year? The gas line. The gas line was the biggest thing. Was there anything else big like that?
It was a series. It started 08 was the gas. I'm sorry, 08 they hit Target and Chase. or Capital One, and then they were hitting individual stores and businesses. Then they hit freaking SolarWinds in 2017, and that one was bad because that company actually was a subcontractor to DoD, the DOE. They subcontracted to a bunch of federal agencies, and that was right at the end of Trump's term. And you notice now, right here this year, like it was like 2020, that's when you started seeing the pipeline hack and the Bank of America hack. You started seeing really big hacks right behind it. They've been working on us probably for a good 8 years, to be honest with you.
See, I'm like, if it wasn't for this YouTube, I literally would have no footprint. You know what I mean? See that? So, a lot of that stuff, it's out of sight, out of mind because it doesn't affect me in my daily life, so I don't pay attention to it as much as I should. I hear like, oh, Chase Morgan got hacked, or T-Mobile got hacked. I'm like, well, I don't have a bank and I don't use that phone, so it's kind of. I only hear about the big stuff, like the gas line is the one that I heard of the most, but I couldn't think if there was anything else. That's crazy.
I think there's been the Wi-Fi went out in the whole state of Tennessee a couple weeks ago.
They knocked AT&T on the southeast coast out.
It was very strange.
The bomb, or was that after that?
No, this was recent.
It was during a tree cutting accident or something like that, they said. But I think they've been doing all this, messing with the communications, doing all this hacking, because they're getting ready to cut. Because if they do a pew-pew grab, they're not going to do it during the day. They're going to want to be able to make sure that people can't communicate with each other, and then the communications will be cut down. They won't be able to use their money. They won't be able to get, and then they won't be able to say, hey, Jim Bob, I got all my stuff taken from me just now, because Jim Bob would have his stuff taken from him too. But that's my theory as to why they've been doing all this hack. Like you said, for the past 8 years. Yeah, it's a long game though, and I think that's why they're doing this though, and I don't know why they want to do confiscation, but I think it all leads back to that. Is my mic loud?
Yeah, they'll keep. There's a lot at play. That's all you can do. Kind of watch it, like Hutch said. You just kind of watch it unfold and look for patterns. Because usually there's a domino effect. You hit one thing and then something else will get affected.
So is it, like, I am extremely tech illiterate. So if they were able to hack the gas place, how is it more complicated to hack into a power grid, or roughly the same?
Well, what they were trying to do, they got into that pipeline company, and then they were trying to hack. So they hacked the power companies, the pipeline company's IT company. You know how they have like a subcontractor, whatever, like Goofball Mobile or Goofball Internet. So they got into them, then got into the pipeline. And then from the pipeline, they were trying to go in two directions. They were trying to go down to the refineries and up to the oil and gas facilities, in Texas and Oklahoma. And that's when the pipeline company realized they had a major issue and they just shut it down. They just killed it so they couldn't go anywhere. It would be difficult, I would think, because you'd have to go through all these different systems and somebody's going to notice.
Unless they've got somebody on the inside, I guess.
Well, and then that begs to a sleeper cell again, doesn't it? Yep. If you think about it.
See, that's one of those things, like, I don't want to be like where I don't want to live in a world like where we don't trust anybody anymore. Everybody's a suspect, because that's what they want us to do right now anyway. I know I say it a lot. There's nuance behind it. I'm like, you know what I mean? It's there's too many possibilities out there and not enough people who are actually paying attention to the shit that needs to be paid attention to, kind of thing. Because you figure it doesn't ever have to get messy on American soil. If they could shut down half the country for literally 3 months at any given time, 3 weeks, how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people would die in that short span just from electricity shortage? It's the chaos that would cause that if you shut down all of New York City for 3 weeks, you know,
Oh man.
all of Chicago for 3 weeks, and all of LA for 3 weeks at the exact same time, this country would immediately be in the fucking toilet. Like,
Oh yeah.
it'd be ridiculous. It doesn't have to be a big thing, and that's what freaks me out about it. Is the system is so fragile that it's it's just dangling there for somebody to just play with.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, the pipeline was a pain in the ass more than anything. Uh, but those guys were out for money. If they wanted to hurt someone, they would have gone after something else, like you point out. Go knock out the power in New York City during a hot summer week. All those folks piled into apartments. I mean, you got 40-story apartment with little windows. You have no air. At least we're all out in places where we can be in open spaces. I got a backyard. I want to sit outside. It's a cool night. I open my windows. You're in a 40-story building. You can't do that.
Yeah. See, that's what's freaking me out about it too, because that's what I'm thinking. It gets cold outside, especially in some of these places where you'll get 3 or 4 foot of snow and a couple inches of ice and have a blizzard for a couple days. Imagine if you didn't have power during that situation. You're pretty much fucked. They can't get to you. Can't nobody help you.
Yeah.
Pretty soon people are just going to start setting buildings on fire just to keep warm. Flashback of back in the day, half a neighborhood burns down because one house is on fire. And
Well, Hoot Owl has a good point. Who the hell trusts the Taliban? So I don't know if you guys heard, but ISIS said they're going to attack the Americans trying to get to the airport, and the Taliban told them no because we made a deal. And
Really?
so now the Taliban and ISIS are having words in the background because the Taliban apparently want to try and be legitimate this time. So they know they got to keep their word.
Jesus. That's so crazy. Whenever there are the enemies, like up until 7 weeks ago, 75,000 of them are just hiding and like waiting.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand about any of this.
Well, see, you can never say never on anything. You know what I mean? They could have a legitimate claim to wanting to do that. I mean, there can be more to it, but just like North Korea,
Right back, y'all.
Yeah.
If they could set up an establishment like North Korea to where we'll be nice enough for you to get you out of the fucking way and then just leave us alone. You know what I mean? One of those kind of situations. I could see that. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I could see that as a possibility, But it's.
Well, there's a bunch of rare metal mines in Afghanistan, like lithium, stuff that we would use for solar, for batteries, stuff like that. But the Chinese are trying to make deals. And one of my colleagues, he'd done deployments there. He's like, the Chinese want to go there, let them go there. And they can go be miserable like the rest of us do.
That bad, huh?
Northern girl said, Hutch got a haircut.
Yeah, it was too hot, man. It was too hot.
I don't have hair, so I have nubs. I just kind of keep it even.
I usually take a razor to it like twice a year anyway.
Just reset the whole thing. Yeah, I saw. Oh, they just pointed out that meat plant hack that screwed up all the meat.
Oh prices. Yeah.
I forgot about that one.
See, that's what this whole system's too fragile. I don't see how everything is. I don't know. It's way too fragile.
Yeah, and it's kind of if you're trying to be prepared for stuff like this, the best thing you can do is, and everyone has different amounts of money and time they can spend. So keeping that in mind, have enough so you're not the people in the food line or in the POD, the point of distribution, like if the guard's handing stuff out, the first 3 days of all the shit, because people will freak. And then as things start to calm down, hopefully, a week or two into it, by then, that's when, if you have to get out, you kind of miss the chaos at the front end of it.
Well, it's
That's
kind
the
of
story
like
that gets better.
Katrina. Yeah. Like during Katrina, how many people got raped in that Superdome?
Oh,
Rob,
Lord.
you know, and that was just what within the first 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny, during Harvey, we didn't get flooded, but our subdivision, we were on the north side of Houston, we got trapped. And at the time, my guard unit was like, yeah, you can't even make it to the airport. So just, they brought in guys from elsewhere. But we went on the news on the radio because power was kind of in and out. And the first day and a half, it had, home invasion, break-ins in this store. And all of a sudden, man, Hutch, I kid you not, the news started reporting a homeowner shot 2 men who tried to break in, and then 2 hours later. So a mother of 3 shoots a man trying to break in, and they started shooting the damn criminals, and they were putting it on the news. Like, these 3 dudes been, they're dead. They're killed over somewhere. The governor finally said they passed an emergency law out of Austin, and it said, I don't know if the governor, if you are arrested and convicted of a felony in a county where an emergency has been declared, it's minimum 10 years in Huntsville.
Damn.
And you can't get parole for 5.
Oh, yeah.
And he instructed all the DAs to no deals. You put them away.
Black time.
Yeah. And Huntsville is not a friendly place. And between that and the people shooting the damn criminals, the nonsense settled down. I mean, there was some thievery, but it was people breaking into empty homes from folks who evacuated. That home invasion shit went away quick.
I know that was that's all I heard about was the home invasions down in Louisiana. I was watching a clip the other day where it was an 80-some-year-old woman at the time. They literally speared her like a football player because she pulled out an old 30s revolver. They were trying to get her to leave her house, and she's like, "I'm not going anywhere." They're like, "Well, what about your safety?" She's like, "I'm not worried about my safety." She's like, "I've got this." And she just walked out holding the revolver, and he straight gun and tackled her. They broke her hip, broke her collarbone, broke a couple ribs.
Jeez.
Took her gun from her. She never got it back. I just seen a clip on that like 2 days ago. I was like, "What the hell?"
No, it's funny after that, because that was what, 05 Katrina, 06. It was a while ago.
Yeah,
it was before Ike. Ike was 08.
I think it was in 2007, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't remember, man. But they had passed a law in Texas that in an emergency, the state cannot confiscate firearms from anyone who's lawfully allowed to own them, unless you're doing dumb shit. If you're running around pointing it at people or scaring people in the food line, yeah, that's. But if you're in your yard, cleaning the debris, and you happen to have an open holster.
Right.
I like my subdivision. Half the cops and half the firefighters live in the subdivision.
Hey, way to go. Hold on, I think.
The Silverback said, I remember that was, it went past. Doggone it.
Northern Girl, what's going on? Said, feeling trapped here in this community, and we are getting called out now, seriously looking to sell. What's going on with you?
Oh, no, what happened?
Canada getting cray-cray.
Feeling trapped here in this community.
Oh, Silverback, yeah, you seen that one? Yeah. They're freaking crazy. Hava said that 2005.
Okay, so. Hey,
Greg, what's going on with you?
What's up, Greg?
guys? How's it going?
What's up, Bubba?
Hippies for Trump.
Chilling. This is a man. That's why I had to leave, because I was talking to this man on the phone. He's going through a little bit of an SHTF situation in his own life, but
Oh no,
that's his business though. If he wants to talk about it later, Maybe get some advice from everybody and shit. Like,
Well, Grays, you're late, man. What's your opinion on some sleeper cells?
Oh, and that's not really my forte, to be honest.
do you know everything going on in Afghanistan right now, and then all the shit with ISIS and the different terrorist groups and
Well,
shit?
that was probably one of the biggest mistakes America's probably made since, like, what was it, Saigon or I don't know. I'm not really.
Follow Saigon in Vietnam.
Yeah. My opinion, I think
Digital.
this whole airport thing that's going on, how like that was a big thing. I think
I
China
heard it's
take it over.
it all goes back to China, dude. I heard it was 100,000 people they're bringing over from Afghanistan.
But I did hear this, which is probably fake news, but the Taliban went on live TV or whatever and said that women will be allowed to still work. They don't want the athletes to leave, all this and that. Whenever people are like freaking out, thinking that a lot of things are going to change, but then again, that's probably all just
Well,
like trying to.
You think about it though, for the last 20 years, they've got a whole generation of Afghan folks they've had cell phones, waters, education. So we may have changed Afghanistan, but it's one of those things that we're not going to see the results for another 5, 10 years. I'm wondering if maybe the Taliban are like, if we want to be recognized, we got to be legitimate. We can't be cutting people's heads off like we used
Yeah,
to.
honestly, that's what people are expecting, because Taliban is one of the most evilest things on this earth.
So, what is the likelihood of Afghanistan having the potential to be the next Dubai? They've got the resources to do it, don't they?
That's crazy to think about.
They're not allowed to use their own resources because companies from other countries own the resources.
Really low.
The people that live there do not get to use their own resources because companies from other places own those resources and they get money from it, and the people don't get shit.
Turn your mic up.
You guys, can you hear me now? Oh, my bad. Okay, my bad. You guys hear me now?
Yeah.
I said they do have. They don't own their resources. Other companies own their resources, so the people in those countries, they can't make money off their oil. They can. I mean, in Dubai they can, but in places like in Afghanistan and Iraq and shit, they're not making money off that. American companies and British companies and shit are making money off that shit.
And the leaders.
And the leaders, Yes, don't forget about the leaders. Thank you, dude. And they that's why they get so pissed because we put those leaders in charge.
If this is a whole new generation, you figure the people who are running the Taliban now are mid 30s to mid 40s, somewhere in that range is probably an average. So, like Roman was saying, they grew up with the cell phones and the TVs, but yet they've got that comfort and they've got that savage still. So it's kind of a toss up. Maybe this younger generation is looking at it like, hey, if we play ball, they see what North Korea, if they would have played ball, they could have been a huge tourist attraction, just you know what I mean? They would have had money like crazy. But, maybe they looked at that and was like, okay, if we screw this up.
Did you see the video today of the Taliban they put like a Six Flags in Kabul? Right. So the deal was if the Americans left, they wouldn't destroy the city, right? They made that deal so they wouldn't trash it. So all these Taliban guys, these young guys, like you're pointing out, they're like bumper cars. What are these? I kid you not. I saw a video of this Taliban guys with their AKs kind of hanging out the little cars. And they look stupid, right? Because they're big dudes in these little cars zipping around, hitting each other. And they're taking selfies. And I'm like, man, this is not the Taliban of 1990. The ex-Mujahideen who fought the Russians for 10 years. I mean, this is a new... I don't know what to make of them, man.
It's the TikTok Taliban.
It's the TikTok.
Dude,
that's good. TikTok Taliban, man.
Yes.
Man, but I hear people are really worried about the 40,000 Americans that were just abandoned.
I don't know too much details about that.
I was listening to Don Jr. go off on that, and he was like, that was like one of the main concerns is like all these people that were stranded and they were told just to hang out, we'll be back for you or something like that. I mean, that's kind of weird.
They're being told to trust the Taliban and to walk or basically get to the border airport any way they can, but trust the Taliban that they're not going to do anything. That's the logic that they're using right now. But I've already heard at least 4 stories just today where people are reporting that they're getting beat up and their passports are getting taken at gunpoint and shit on their way to these places, and people getting separated from their girlfriends, just all kinds of,
People are handing their children over and stuff, man. It's crazy.
I heard about a woman giving birth on one of the planes.
Dude, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's a photo of Taliban doing a, you know how the Iwo Jima people, like the monument on Iwo Jima, whenever they raise the
flag.
Yeah, but it showed the Taliban doing that with their Taliban flag, like dressed up in the American uniforms they found in the base.
Well, you'll
bizarre.
Yeah.
send us over there. We're gonna clear them all out. Have to have war, you know what I mean? Like,
The only way you could clear all that shit out is by just nuking it and just completely destroying it and eradicating everything off the face. I'm not meaning that that's something that's good. I'm saying that's the only way.
Yeah.
And just like send it, like, and just send us to live there. Like, I'll build a house there. Like, like for real, dude. Like, fuck it, dude. Like. And I'll be nice to women and shit, and minorities and shit too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Grace just had to leave the screen.
Yeah, dude, I had to be brutally real about that, dude. But I think that's some. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I'm with it.
1 second, y'all. My dog got.
Heard that, Bubba.
He's having a dog malfunction over there.
Yeah, man, my freaking. What kind of dog do you got, man?
Who, me?
Yeah.
So I got 2 corgis and a Papillon.
Oh,
And-
dude, that's awesome.
Dude, the corgis, I didn't realize they were a herding dog. That's why they clip their tail when they're puppies. So they have that little, like,
Really?
they look like a loaf of bread on their butt.
Okay.
Because their tails are long naturally. It's like a foxtail, and the cattle would step on them. And then, a dog would get a broken tail, and that hurts. So they'd clip the tail, so they just have that little nub. But a lady out here uses them as a farm dog. She has a border collie and 2 corgis, and they chase the goats. And she said, we've clocked them. One of the sheriff's guys came with a radar gun. They clocked her corgis at like 23 miles an hour.
Oh,
Wow, I cannot run that fast. Like,
I mean, mine, the little legs, it's just like a blur. It's like this big dog sausage and these little feet going underneath.
wow, dude. Yeah, I could see them being like poodles, like used to be hunting dogs. So I know I could see the corgis do it. Yeah, it's crazy how like you ever thought about doing that with yours?
I have a friend. He's a homesteader out here, and I've been trying to talk him into, because he's got some goats and chickens. I was like, can we let the dogs like kind of see if they have a herding instinct and
See if it comes natural to them.
yeah, if they go in, they'll probably just sit there and bark at them. They won't do
Heard
anything.
that.
They'd be like, "What are those ugly dogs doing?" and start barking at them. Hutch, you recover your dog, man?
Yeah, it keeps. We got a stray cat. It keeps coming up on the porch, so the dog jumped out of the screen, chased it down.
Oh. He was like, "You don't belong here. Goodbye."
I think he just wants to play with it.
Play with his head. Oh man. But so I was looking, guys. Afghanistan has large untapped energy and mineral resources: chromium, copper, gold, iron ore, lead, zinc, lithium, marble, precious stones, sulfur, and oil. I didn't know they had oil out there.
I didn't think that either.
So see, they do have the possibility to be a Dubai.
Possibly.
But they don't have the technology to to get this shit out the ground, though.
No.
That's
But see,
No,
that's the
we
problem,
do.
though. If China's
Yeah, I
coming in,
know.
like, Ethiopia,
and they'd
That's how
rather
China-
let China do the shit than us.
But you
China's
know
gonna
what?
take-
China screwed those little countries in Africa because they went and said, "Hey, we'll give you these big loans and we'll build bridges for you and everything." And these little countries couldn't possibly pay them back. So now China owns their water, China owns their infrastructure. Hopefully, the Taliban learned from that. They're like, I don't know.
They're kind of creating banana republics too, dude. Like,
China, they pulled a page out of our book and they went straight into Ethiopia and was like, "We're building you bridges and highways. Everything's connected."
dude, that
Now
sucks
they're-
for those poor people, dude. Like, they're already poor as fuck. Like,
Taliban's calling out Biden, and he hasn't said nothing.
He won't.
really.
That's
Won't
like
say-
Trump
with them.
Trump would have like fucking bombed that whole like building when all those dudes were together and shit. He'd be like, "Send it in, full send, buds, full send."
Well, no, Potatoes had to think about it, man. He can't.
He was so caught back by it. He's still thinking about it. Like, and it's been like 2 weeks almost. He's still thinking about like.
Should I make a decision? Oh wait, I already have. Oh.
So, I'm actually glad that he's not saying anything because right now, literally, words could destroy the whole fucking planet. So it's,
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll
What
be
he
telling
made
him
us-
not to.
Yeah,
it's going to be.
but
Damn.
I'm hoping. You know, I'll give him credit. Apparently, he's extending certain where when the folks come across the border, and if they turn themselves in, like, because a lot of them will see border patrol and go straight to them and go like, "Hey, we want asylum," and they just put them in the system. But apparently, POTUS decided he was going to extend some of 45's rules on if you got a record, you're out. There's no hearing. Bye bye. And
I heard there's
they're not
another group.
arresting him the second time.
I just heard on the damn it was ABC, the David Muir guy, I think,
Yeah.
nightly news. And I think he was saying something like there's a group that's trying to make it to where they no longer have to be vetted. It's basically like the Cuban status. As long as you touch American soil, you're good, and we'll figure it out later. To where they don't want to issue them court dates.
Oh no.
They're like, okay, if you come in, then once we get a certain number, then we're going to ship them off to a different city, and we'll come and collect you whenever it's time to find you, kind of thing. Is basically the gist of what
They don't have the manpower to do that.
But you think how many of these churches though, like Kansas City and St. Louis, both already said that they take in refugees, from anything, even they all these cities say that. Then you'll have all these churches who will send a bus down there, all those places down there that have millions of dollars. It really wouldn't be logistically that hard to move that many people. You figure
No.
if they've got the logistics to move them,
Oh,
to fund people walking all the way from Guatemala,
not the manpower to move them, the manpower to go find them when it's
Oh, to
time
go
for them
find
to
them?
be
Yeah, right.
processed.
It's going to be fun to do when they defund ICE, huh?
Well, I'll tell you what, like my old man told me, he said, and this was before 9/11. It was after the first bombing of the World Trade Center. What was that, 98? Something like that. And he told me, he said, huh?
Oh, the basement of the one.
In the
Okay, yeah.
basement where the guy blew up the truck, but it just screwed up the basement.
Yeah.
And he said, son, they're not going to give up folks like this. They're going to keep doing until they do something. He said, you better go visit the popular sites sooner than later. Because one day he said, this is an old Cold War era soldier, right? And he said, man, one day you're going to wake up and there'll be a whole damn city on fire. And everyone will go, what the hell happened? And yeah, I mean, you got to vet people. You and I couldn't go to Mexico.
Right. I can't even go to Canada.
Yeah, you have to show. You have to give your ID. I can't just bebop into Calgary or Quebec. I can't go do that into Mexico.
Even if like my father-in-law had an assault case from 1976. Just a regular fist fight, bar fight thing.
Yeah.
But he had that felony, that Class C felony on his record, and he couldn't get in Canada.
No shit.
Yeah.
He could, if it's been a while, obviously. You can go back. I don't know the laws in your state. You can go back, like if you did some dumb shit when you were 18, but you haven't done anything wrong and you have a job, you're a family guy and all that, you can go back and request that it be expunged.
Oh yeah, me and my brother and a couple cousins have already gone through that whole process to get our stuff cleared off.
Yeah.
You do stuff as a kid, man. That should have come back and kicked you in the ass when you were in your 40s.
Yeah, and Texas and Louisiana also passed laws that if you did something stupid then, and it's been 10 years, I don't remember what the requirement was, you can go back and say, look, I was 18, I was an idiot, I'd like this, I can't get jobs because of this, and they can typically either expunge it or they give you a court letter stating that you can travel, etc., and you're in good standing.
Yeah, that's what it was
exactly how it goes.
Mine was like $1,200.
Ooh.
Took about 7 months, but
yeah, it does take a while.
But 20 years after the fact, I've only got 3 speeding tickets.
Yeah. Man, geez, if they ruin people's life for every dumb shit kids did when they were 18 and 16, good Lord.
They
See,
could, for sure. They'd want to. Like, I think it feels like they want to, though. It feels like they want to ruin your life.
I will say, Hoodow, you're right. A lot of us are on a no-fly list. I'm not gonna lie. I have my first son is named Kareem, and when he was 8 or 9 months old, we tried to take a trip, and he was on the no-fly list
because his name is Kareem.
Yeah.
Wow.
I went to an airport, and there's a guy had my name, different middle name, but my first and last name, or I go by Pete, but they in Spanish. And they stopped me at an airport, and the guy looks at me and looks at the paper, and he goes, "Can you wait right here?" I was checking in to take a flight, and he leaves, and the dudes in the black body armor come out, and I'm like, "Oh hell, what the hell?" And the guy looks at me, and he's absolutely confused, and he looks at his clipboard, and he looks at me. He's like, "You don't have a scar on your face." I'm like, "No." He's like, "Have you ever been to these states?" I'm like, "No." Why? What is this? And he goes, "Okay, well, someone has your name, and yeah, he's committed white collar crimes. He's like, he owes the Fed like $500 million. He didn't pay in taxes or God knows what."
Whoa.
And I'm like, "That's not me. I wish I had 500 of anything right now. Shoot." But they looked at my credentials. They cut me loose. But still,
I remember that all that chaos that caused in the early 2000s. There were so many people on lists that didn't need to be, and that's why everybody is on the list. And it's crazy because you never know what kind of list you're going to be on just because they put you on the wrong. They typed it in at the wrong time.
Yeah. Well, people have to remember that government's just a system, right? It's just a system people put to kind of normalize everyone, give us the same rules to play by. But it's not perfect. If something weird happens to the system, it's like you have a car, it gets you around, but if you drive your car into water, it's going to sink. It's not a boat. Government's the same way. It functions a certain way, and then if something weird happens, like the Rona, government doesn't necessarily react well to that. It may take it months to adjust.
Right.
And you get that chaos,
See, at a certain point, though, when does it become scripted to where it's basically the solution is worse than the problem to begin with?
Well, and the no-fly list is a good example.
See, that's why it's kind of like a double-edged sword because it was. I got into politics around 9/11, and Bush. He was the first president that I actually started paying attention to. But then the Patriot Act came out and kind of slapped me with a little bit of reality. You know, like growing up, I guess I was a liberal, but I never know.
That took away so many of our freedoms, dude.
Oh yeah.
That was the beginning stages of this whole everything leading up to today. But they knew about that, though. They knew like Bush, he didn't know about that. He was innocent of it. He should still be tried as a war criminal, though, for starting all this shit. But Cheney and Rumsfeld knew about all that shit, though. And I think both of them are dead now. But I digress, though. My bad. I went squirrel for a second.
Still writing books and on Sean Handy every day.
Dude, yeah, but yeah, it's just sketched, man. It's just sketched for sure, dude.
I'm just saying it's weird that the same person who got me into politics is the person who turned me against politics. You know what I mean?
Bush.
The one who did both.
That's funny, actually.
Whenever I was in the first grade, it was around the time he was running against John Kerry, and we did this thing in our class where all the kids I lived in Oklahoma at the time, and then all the kids were like, the teacher made us say, who do you want to be president, John Kerry or George Bush? Out of the 14 kids in this class, 13 of them voted for Bush, that one voted for Kerry. And everybody said it's because this is what my parents said was cool. This is what I hear my grandparents talking about all the time. And that's why I chose Bush too, dude. But y'all should check out the movie. It's called W, if you haven't seen it before. It was Josh Brolin. It's funny.
Came out a few years ago.
It's true. Bush is cool, but Bush used to party, dude. He used to be a womanizer. He used to drink. He used to look cocaine. Yeah, he was.
He was bad.
Yeah, dude.
I see. That's how you notice all these politicians who are like, "Oh, I was in the army or the air force or blah blah blah." It's all the glamour shots to where they were never in. Like, okay, you went to flight school, or you never actually did anything.
Yeah.
The only politicians I can think of that actually did some shit would be Eisenhower, JFK, and then John McCain. JFK was a war hero. He had swam and he had saved people's lives in World War II. And then John McCain, he was tortured in Vietnam.
John McCain is a legend.
He is.
Rest in peace to that man. But yeah, he kept it too real. I don't know if I feel like he might have been connected to that dark system a little bit, but I'm not sure though.
Well, his old man was involved in the mafia, so you never know.
That's old. That
JFK,
runs deep.
Yeah. Somebody may have owed.
Ark Waldman.
He was murdered.
Oh yeah.
He was the last good Democrat.
Yeah, before the big shift happened, huh? It was when the Republicans, then Democrats, they switched their ideologies. They say supposedly during a certain time.
Well, if you look at an old school Southern Democrat, it's basically a conservative. The titles keep changing, and the people just like my old man, straight down the line, Democrat. No matter what, voted for Hillary and voted for Biden. No matter what, Democrat Party without exception. But they call themselves Southern Democrats, but they don't realize that hey, the party's changed. Just like it's changed many times over the last 250 years. People don't adjust with the party; they just keep sticking with the name.
It's not about the working man anymore. It's about some kind. The Democrat Party used to be about the working man, dude.
It used to be the blue collars, farmer, work for a living type of party. Oh,
I don't know what it is now. It's the a man and a woman party now. Is the
So the other day someone put on Facebook or they messaged me and they said, "How does it feel being a Latinx?" And I'm like, "What?" So my reply to him is, "You're pendejo. What the hell is a Latinx?" So he went, "Oh, that's the non-binary term for Hispanic." And I said, "So 500 years of my culture is no longer relevant because your goofy ass decided I should have an X.
Right.
So I said, "Man, you have an X in your head." And then he got upset with me. He didn't message me for.
Yeah, who are they to put labels on anybody? Who is anybody to put labels on somebody like that, dude? My wife, she's from Peru, dude, and I feel like I kind of introduced her into the whole conservative kind of deal though, because like that's from a whole nother country type deal, and outside the only thing that they have heard problems with Trump was that they thought he was a little too aggressive, but I might be digressing again.
No, he
Once-
was a bit of a potty mouth at times. I thought it was great, but you know.
Straight up.
I think that's what we needed. I don't think. See, that's the problem. Is everybody thinks he's the big savior. I think he's what we needed at that time. I don't think he was the one that was going to lead us. He was the one that needed to kick the shit off.
He's like,
You know, and there's a difference. He did what he was supposed to do, and he got the fuck out of the way.
You needed something
Trying to
disruptive.
bring it back.
You're spot on.
That's why everybody keeps saying, "Oh, we want Trump." No, what's after Trump? What's the guy that Trump led us to?
Trump's son, Don Jr. Then after John Jr., Barron Trump in 2035, we'd vote.
See, that's the thing, though. I love Trump Jr. I'm not going to vote for him. This legacy of my dad was president, so I should be president. Bullshit. I can't do it anymore.
You don't believe in hereditary titles?
him talk the other night, man, bro, he's like nothing like his dad. Like, he makes his dad look like a dumbass. I swear to God.
Because Trump is cool, but Trump is always talking about, he's like, yeah, it's going to be the greatest thing. It's going to be the best. It's going to be this. I'm like, okay, what do you mean it's going to be this? But what is it, though, right now? I didn't mean to interrupt you, Grace.
Oh, no, you're good. I was going off of what you said. Like he said, it's going to be the greatest. It's going to be this. But his son's like, this is why it's going to be the greatest.
Mhm.
This is, he doesn't beat around the bush, you know.
Straight up.
The
Just out of
proverbial-
curiosity, did they ever find anything bad about any of his kids? Like
Not a
any
damn thing.
graft, corruption, bribes?
If Don Jr. was like Hunter Biden or whatever,
Oh, yeah, with the 13-year-old smoking crack cocaine and shit,
Look up-
underage prostitutes.
like smoking crack, like
And telling
Dude.
the Russian prostitute that the Russians stole his laptop?
Right.
I wonder what's going on with that laptop right now.
it's in Hillary's office.
I heard that Giuliani still had that laptop though.
Yeah.
And they took Giuliani's laptops, but they didn't take Hunter's laptop.
He probably pawned it for some crack, dude.
Right. Yeah.
That's how he got it, was from the pawn shop, dude. I know.
Yeah, people put too much faith in that man just because he's.
Exactly, dude. There was a moment in my life I was willing to die and kill for Trump, and I hate to say it, don't take it the wrong way.
It was not for Trump. It was for the movement.
The idea, exactly. That's what I'm saying. We're talking about these the movement needs a leader of some kind, like a face, a political. All these they all need leaders, a political structure behind it. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of dudes out in the woods fighting against the government and shit. You know, like, but it needs to be like some kind of representation politically in some way. But that's hard to find though, you know, because everybody's divided now. You don't know who to trust politically. What's
See,
up,
that's
Stu?
what Avery was saying during that stream we had the other day.
That was a legendary stream. Both you guys kicked ass on that.
We need that. We need that financial backing to feel secure to be able to do something like that. I mean, you need that $1 million to sit back for bail money and shit like that, like the other side does. Yeah.
For who always said the doctor's office, they want to know what he identifies, what you identify as. I told Hoot to put down Chupacabra and see how they react.
Say which the one's going to make my bill smaller.
You could put El Diablo, man. That would work too. Isn't that a wrestler in Mexico City?
The who?
A wrestler in Mexico City. El Diablo, you know, with the mask and all.
Talking about the luchadors.
City.
This he's an expert in wrestling, but not necessarily luchador wrestling.
Brock Lesnar made his return.
Really?
Yeah.
He must have been needing some money then. He must have needed some money real bad.
A lot of these guys, man, they need a check to make money.
Yeah, man.
That's bad.
They already have millions of dollars, you know, they need to get more added to it.
Like these these farmers who are retired, they'll continue to work just because like they cannot not work. I want that drive as an old man. Like, come on. This fucking country has pussyfied us, dude. Pardon my language.
You pardoned. Yeah, dude. Like, I feel like this. If you look at the way some of these people grow up in these other countries, and you look at the way that me and you, Grays, have grown up and shit, like, you guys have grown up a little. I feel like each generation has lost its toughness a little bit. Because imagine, like, y'all's grandparents, y'all's great grandparents, or some shit like that. You know what I mean? And, like, just down and down, and then imagine y'all's great grandkids, and then it's just going to be like. Dude, it's gonna be a bunch of, like, I noticed a lot of these 18, 19-year-old kids who'll be at my job, they'll be painting their fingernails and stuff like that, you know. I'm not a hater.
Back up off the mic a little bit.
Oh, my bad. They'll be painting their fingernails and shit like that, you know. And I'm not hating on that. And then it's a very androgynous kind of look, and just, like, the way, like, their music that they listen to, and then...
That's what they want. It's a bunch of gray people. No race, no sex, a bunch
The
of gray people.
Goobacks, dude, like off of South Park. You ever seen South Park? Dude, all the people from the future, it was like they all spoke like a... And then they all looked the exact same, but it was like... It was a...
They already speak, because, I mean, you ever see them type? There are a lot of people that can't write. You know, it's terrible. I go to the field and I'm like, dude, here's a pen and a pad. I need you to write this, because we're in the middle of nowhere. There's no internet. I can't read their writing. I'm like, yo, just print, bro. No. I can't see. I don't know what this is.
Cursive or read it.
What's that, Barefoot in Alaska, in AK, Alaska, Arkansas, whichever one of those, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was watching, I found this dude, Mark Dice, I think that's his name, here on the YouTubes. And he does the, walking around the beach, taking surveys of people. And it's how all these people who, literally don't know. How many people out there don't even know Barack Obama was president?
Talking about off of Waters World on Fox.
No, Mark Dice. Mark Dice, something like that.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Dude, I know people don't know. They showed some people. I think I've seen the same guy. He showed people like a picture of Adolf Hitler, a picture of Joseph Stalin, and then a picture of Donald Trump. And they kept on. He's like, which one of these people is the worst? Did the worst things in human? And they kept on saying, Trump, man, Trump, dude. And he's like, Trump is worse than Hitler. And he's like, yeah, I don't really even know too much about Hitler to be hating on him and shit. But
It's like he asked a whole bunch of 20 and 30-year-olds walking around the beach, on 4th of July.
They should know at 20 or 30 years old.
People had no idea what the hell they were celebrating on 4th of July. Born in America, in their 20s, 30s. It's sad. Fucking sad.
You know what's funny is I know a lot of kids who came from other countries, like first-generation immigrants or they're immigrants themselves, and they know more about the country. So, some of these guys actually, I know one, he came from Mexico City. He said, I want to be a citizen. I'm going to join the army. He wound up in Basra. So he came back. Dude, he has this wealth of knowledge of Mexico and the U.S. Like, he knows the governments and how they screwed with each other and who knew who and who made what deal.
That's a rich history.
That's cool, man. We need more people like you. And can we, like, deport the stupid ones and keep those guys? I mean, that would work.
Yeah.
I think we should deport some of our own citizens to fucking like, for real, dude. Like,
it's like they killed us with that No Child Left Behind bullshit. Another thing Bush did that screwed America.
Dude, that shit fucked with my schooling. That was a part of my schooling, dude. Whenever I was going to school, that shit.
You got straight F's. It doesn't matter. You weren't getting held back anymore. Even if you're the dumbest kid in the fucking ever, you still get to graduate just so you don't feel bad. One of those kind of things.
That did not.
So
I
Hutch,
was about to say that didn't happen for me.
That's why it's so important that our community, we communicate and we trade notes, and we be involved, and you be involved with your own kids. Like the 16-year-old girl who went to Afghanistan, dude, I'd have gone after my kid. I'd be like, But I taught my son. I was like, look, this is what they say in school, and this is the history books, and you read that and understand. So then by senior year, he called one teacher. He called his English teacher a commissar. He got sent to the principal, and he said, "Why?" He said, "Because she's a communist." And the principal's like, "I don't even know." She called me. She's like, "He's not busted. I just need him out of my office."
He's too educated.
Well, that's what happened. He like outspoke the teacher, and then she got mad and she sent him to the principal.
They hate that. I love that though.
I got into a phase a while back where I watched that for like literally a week straight. Just kids standing up to the teachers and the school boards, shit like little, 9 to 12-year-old kids, and like they're speaking better than these damn college educated teachers. Gave me a little bit of hope, but I know it's.
Man, in my school back in elementary, we had kids throwing desks at teachers, throwing chairs,
Trying to stab him, all that shit.
And they were like, "All right, we're gonna take y'all to Angola State Prison," and they took us, and we toured the whole thing. We toured death row, all of that.
Some of the kids we went to school with are actually living in that prison to this day for the next 20 years and shit too, dude. Yeah, it sucks, dude. But it's like whenever they get out, this dude's daughter is going to be 27 or 28 years old, dude. And
It's that though, man.
They had to get rid of the state or the Scared Straight program in a lot of places, or at least modify it so much to where, just like boot camp in the army, like you can't use profanity. You've got to be, just at least 6 inches away. It takes the point in the lesson out of the whole damn thing.
Yeah,
like,
man, we listened to that crackhead murderer dude, man, because like it, and now they make it to where like the 4-H goes towards the prison now every year because all this and that and everything, but it's not the same.
Yeah, I definitely like that show a whole lot, though. I definitely think that's
right. I was starting to like 60 Days In, but I kind of feel like it's staged a little bit.
It has to be at this point, 5-6 seasons in. There's no way it can be real.
Yeah.
But
if you keep paying attention, like going back to the whole sleeper cell thing, you don't know where danger is, but if you understand the world around you, you kind of prepare and just, be ready to adapt. And that's the most important thing you teach the kids around you.
You heard about how they found 10 Russian spies back in, I think it says 2010. And they were, yeah, and as far back as 2010, and that's Operation Ghost Stories, the one I was telling you about. I'm gonna send it to you.
Well, talk about the wimpiness of some people. So, one of my boys went to BCT and they yell at when the new people come in, they yell at the kids, and the sergeants chase them all out of the bus, right? So the sergeant comes in and just starts cursing and yelling. Everybody runs out in a panic. And there was one kid had 3 suitcases. They specifically told everyone, they gave him a list of like 10 things and said, you can only have these 10 things in a backpack of this color. And this kid brought like 3 suitcases and had extra shoes and a suit. And the sergeant's like, what is this crap? Starts throwing it in the puddles, and it broke open and stuff went everywhere. They made him pick it up. and they all thought, no way, that this one's not going to make it. This one's not going to make it. And that one actually did okay. But they said, man, the first 2 weeks were tough. But he said you could see it. There were a lot of kids. You could tell the kids who grew up, spent some time outdoors, work with their hands, or they played sports. They were used to struggling and working. And you could see the ones who grew up, little hipster types, and they were getting eaten up. He said it was tough to watch, man.
See, that's
I
what like
love that.
I love that shit.
my old man had a dream. He wanted to start up. He wanted to get like 100 acres and start like an old school like 70s campground and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And bus kids down from Kansas City and stuff like that. But it's the legal hassle and the nightmare. It's like the way things are nowadays. I know what I look like. If I was to see a child crying on the sidewalk in a suburban neighborhood, I would not go anywhere near that child, because I know one of them crazy old bitches is going to see my big grizzly bear looking ass and think I'm going to be trying to steal a kid.
You're going to be having a Karen on you.
The paranoia is so deep now with people. We don't trust anybody, that even the person who's trying to help us is the enemy. You know what I mean?
That's
Even
the
after
new American attitude.
it's like you can't even give somebody CPR anymore, because if you save their life but break their ribs, they're going to sue you and own your damn house. You know what I mean? It's
Or if you
I would-
touch their lips or some shit, it'd be sexual harassment. What'd you say?
I can't hear Grays.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, I said it really don't matter, but I was like, I would piss on half of the people out there if they were burning. Not fucking
Well,
burning.
technically, you're putting the fire out there.
Yeah, man.
I'm just saying, Grays looks like Ozzy Osbourne at 16 years old, and Pilgrim up there with his glasses looks like John. Just saying.
Oh, it's time to put the shades on.
Yeah, he does need the shades, and his voice is too deep. Ozzy
It's
has
at
that
the
really
time.
pitched voice. So
Two legendary
trying
rockers
to
in here.
adopt a friend with the wife's 2 days.
Nice shit.
Who's they? What do you mean, Silverback? Is it cool with you guys? We're about an hour and a half in. Would you guys want to put anybody up here to ask you guys if they want to ask any of y'all a question or anything like
Yeah.
that?
I don't
Or
care.
if you guys want to come up in here and ask one of us a question,
Yeah.
feel free. Let me see.
Everybody we missed,
What's up,
Appalachia.
Appalachia?
Northern
Hey,
Girl,
Appalachia.
page 556. John
Yeah,
T.
we got a
John
few
T.
of
Still
the,
waiting on my music, man.
Yeah, man, I'm trying. Oh, man, it'd be cool to get John T on this. I'm trying to create a prepper rap album because a couple of the guys that be making beats, Hutch does, Tribe does.
That's cool.
It just like we're just just to see where it goes, and it's something we're still working on. I put that link out. There's the link out there, guys.
Cool.
I'm sure a lot of people would love to ask you questions, dudes. Freaking.
No racism, no sexism. Y'all already know the deal. You know everybody in the chat. Whatever y'all want to talk about. What's on your mind? Festivus Friday. Or Sunday, I guess. Sunday, isn't it? And I have no concept of time. Festivus Sunday.
A Silverback, that what you're pointing out, there's a trafficking issue in this country, big time.
But exactly, there are more slaves today than there was ever at any point in human history,
and
they're
it's in
all
both
sex
directions.
slaves.
A lot of people think, oh, they're bringing girls into America. No, an American-raised kid will get a lot of money going the other way. We've had neighbors' kids they attempted in similar fashion, and they failed. But the cops got them, and afterwards we kind of caught some of the info from the law, and they were like, yeah, they'll steal kids. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's a
If
big
you're-
thing. Like where we're at is right outside
That
of
shit
Springfield.
scares me.
It's, it's Route 66, 44 highway and shit.
Oh yeah,
That literally goes from, coast to coast on a single highway. So there's
Mhm.
so many points that they could just, there's a lot of You go to any Walmart, you see 10,000 missing kid signs from the local area. It's
Oh yeah.
Man, I've noticed I haven't really seen those in Walmart lately. Like
You haven't seen what?
I haven't seen any of the missing person signs like anywhere in Walmart. They always used to be in Walmart, and
Oh
it's
yeah,
like
at the front in that big board.
They're probably trying to freak everybody else out with like the vid or something now, and trying to take their minds off everything else that freaks them out.
I think there's just so much technology nowadays that a picture on the wall is kind of over redundant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To a certain point, if that makes sense, because you got Amber Alerts and all this shit now.
And that's a good point, by the way. If you have teenagers who drive themselves to school, I made get home bags for all the teenagers required. I mean, aside from the jumper cables and the cone, the normal breakdown on the side of the road crap. Um, I told the kids something goes down at the school, something bad, there's danger. You grab the bag. All of them played sports. I'm like, look, you're 2 miles from the house. I know for a fact you can run 2 miles, and you can do it in about 10 minutes because you all got good knees. So grab the bag and just go. We'll figure out how to get your car later. So leave some tools for your teenagers in their cars.
Yeah.
God forbid something happen, they have to go on foot, so they don't take a ride from someone that they're going to
And you
regret.
never know if even some of these damn boys nowadays, like, oh my God, I can't change the tire. You know what I mean? You sitting on one of these back roads, it's not hard to grab up a 16 or 17-year-old male or female.
Oh yeah.
go, my tire's broken down, and just wait for the next fucking dude. It's a tire. My hair is too long.
Oh, they definitely take grays. Grays would be bent over in the trunk. Somebody run up.
Dang.
They straight throw a bag over his head without looking. They'd be surprised when they get him back to the place. Like, what the hell?
I tell you, the other day, my daughter was with some friends, and they were trying to open a box, and they're like, "Oh, I need scissors." My daughter's like, "It's good." I bought her a switchblade, and she just opens it up, and she said everyone's face, they all got horrified. They had no idea. And I'm like, she's been a vet tech for years. Like, she's probably cut open over 1,000 mammals, dogs, cats. I'm like, that would be the worst person in the world to grab, and she actually gets that knife, because she'll cut the crap out of someone. It would be bad. But it's that skill set. You adapt. She can adapt that veterinary skill set to other stuff, including opening boxes for friends who don't have scissors. But
Right. I know that's why we came from the lifestyle to where you had to have a pocket knife.
Mhm.
Grandpa passed down his pocket knife.
Oh yeah.
Those kind of things. But it's like nowadays, I get some of these kids over here, like, if my son has friends over, like, motherfucker, you're going to eat my food, you're going to clean something in my yard. You know what I mean? You're going to do something. And it's crazy how all these little redneck kids do not have any kind of knife on them that's practical at all.
What's up?
What's going on with
again, Bubba?
Like that
Yeah,
back.
what's going on?
Not much. Do you hear about this? What is it called? Critical race theory that they're pushing in school.
Oh shit.
I've heard a thing or two
Yeah,
about it.
I've heard about that shit.
Oh,
quite
boy.
a few things.
It's terrible. It's an assumption that I don't even know how to describe it, that everything is inherently racist.
It's making other people look weak. Like we're all the same. We're all human race. We're all the same race. We're humans. Like, come on.
But they want to say that certain things like time management, going to work on time, having a job, and things like that. They want to say that having a family with a husband and a wife and having the children with the same person. They want to say stuff like that is racist because that's a part of this Puritan ideology as sent down by the Pilgrims and the English people and all that shit. And that's something too. They're just trying to say if you keep a schedule, that's a part of white supremacy. If you want to get to work at 6:30, you don't think about math is a part of this racism as well. They don't. It seems like they want people to be like they're trying to say that's somehow, but that was simultaneously created in multiple different societies and countries across the planet. All these
Well,
things.
I think it actually. Hey, Northern Girl.
What's
Hey.
up, Northern Girl?
Hi, folks.
I'm actually concerned that it's going to become an excuse to not excel.
Exactly.
You know, my dad, like I said, he was an old GI, and he was the immigrant, and he said, "Look, you serve your country, and you work hard." He said, "If you don't work hard, then you're a pendejo," and that's kind of what it is. And just that's what it was. And he said, "But if you work hard, you succeed. If you're smart, if you're dishonest, you go to jail." It's just making an excuse. I think actually that kind of mentality will hold minority kids down because they're not going to want to excel. They think they're owed something instead of, hey, look, here's some scholarship money. Go kick butt in the world. Go. And if you don't, well, that sucks for you, but here's your shot. Money shouldn't hold back talent. Fair enough. But don't set the bar so low that the kids don't even want to work. I think that's terrible.
Right.
Yeah. 100%. That's one thing my never taught me was like work ethic and how important it was in life to work. And once I hit 18, get me a beer and then get the hell out of my house. Like, what? Okay.
It's kind of like the same thing with the Catholic guilt. If you could convince an entire generation that they're doing something wrong just by simply existing, then by the time, 10, 15 years of this indoctrination, by the time you're grown, it's no matter what you do, you'll never lose that guilt. Just like they say, Catholic guilt, where they, all the things that they do, it's the same kind of concept. If you're taught you're bad from the day that you're born, you'll never know otherwise. So you're automatically putting yourself in that position, like, okay, I can't be the victim because I'm the bad guy, so I can't be the victim. So everybody around me is the victim. One of those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, folks. I wanted to jump on and tell a story.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Loud and clear.
Okay, so you guys were talking about the trafficking earlier, and over a year ago, I came across a channel, probably 2 years ago now. The channel was called Vinctum, Vinctum, and most of his stuff has been taken down off of all of media platforms. You could probably still find a couple remaining videos, but I even tried to contact this guy. He is in the Netherlands and covered a whole bunch of sea therapy stuff. He was incredible. And he did a video about kids and being sold as toy boxes on Wayfair for $15,000, okay? And he did this one video, so I think that he actually went onto the BLACK website and found the kid's photo linked to Wayfair as the toy box, and it happened to be a Canadian child in Nova Scotia. Wow. So as soon as I saw this video, as soon as he posted it, I went and found the website, the group on Facebook that was trying to find the kid. And I did a live stream. And this was before I was even doing YouTube. And the people thought I was crazy. I contacted the parents, I contacted the RCMP, and no one ever really got back to me until most recently. It was the strangest freaking thing.
I've heard that.
You know what I think? I think that the parents sold the kid.
100%, I believe that.
They used to do a lot of that back in medieval times, though. That's messed up.
Like, dude, why would these things be being sold for 15 grand, 20 grand on this website? Like, that was the weirdest thing. That's whenever the hashtag Save the Children was being spoke about worldwide. That was right as this whole election stuff was starting.
Hold on, let me address Hoot real quick. Hoot, I saw your question. His question was, if somebody who looked like a terrorist moved in next to you, would you associate with them or something like that? I would.
Me
Yeah,
too.
I would too.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Yeah, dude. Like, what's your definition of a terrorist? And people could think that everybody on this fucking panel looks like a terrorist.
Terrorists all over the place.
They've actually stopped me in the airport, guys. I mean, come on.
Yeah, dude. Like,
Yeah, McGill, I think that the parents sold the child.
Yeah.
but
Because when I
were
contacted
they
the parent,
extremely poor? Were they really poor? They didn't have shit.
you know what, they're probably
Were they drug addicts or some shit?
it's quite possible. Like, I don't know because I don't know these people, but I mean the response that I originally received, and then like how many years later that I receive a message from the father, you know, and I'm not even active on that platform anymore. It was just very, very strange for me to go and attend like a rally or some sort of help find the kid kind of thing, like 2 years later in Nova Scotia. I'm in Ontario, man. You know, like just weird.
Shout out Trailer Park Boys, man. That's fucked
There's been a
up.
couple stories out of the Kansas City area where that's pretty much been, the case where the dad or the mom will sell their kid, less than 3 years old, and it's, I mean, it's not like
Is it for drugs or are they
it's
crazy?
just for shit. Money is usually what it comes down to.
It doesn't
Just
seem like
$1,000.
anybody would be that poor in the United States or in Canada. Though it doesn't seem like, because I've never seen any children or baby like photos, like unless the parents weren't taking them to the hospital or DCF didn't take them or some shit. I've never
Well,
seen
sometimes it's not about the
starving children in this country.
sometimes it's not about the money, because it's kind of like the same concept where you can drop your baby off at the fire department, but
They
people
just
would
can't
rather
take
leave
care.
it.
They just don't want to take care of it.
I mean,
Ugh, the trafficking thing is it's huge, man. Like if you guys
It
don't
is.
know, you gotta just start searching around. Go to DuckDuckGo and go to different platforms. Get off YouTube when you're searching this shit up, guys. You know, it's really disturbing because once you know, you know. And
Well,
then you're going to be going down all kinds of rabbit holes. I'm just saying it does exist. Keep your kids freaking protected.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't like
my that back in my old neighborhood, I think Northern Girl, I mentioned this to you in a previous chat, was I had seen in a neighborhood group, like the neighborhoods have groups on Facebook, and somebody put, hey, if you've seen this little girl, my friend in the next subdivision can't find her. Long story short, she was meeting a boy at a Taco Bell on a main drag at 3:30 on a Thursday. It was like middle of the school week, middle of the day, and she never came home. Or Friday, and she never came home. So Saturday, the mom's freaking out, calls the boy's mom, and she said, "Well, he came home. He's sleeping in, and then he went to his brother's house. You know what?" And so the mom couldn't get any answers. The cops got involved. We started hitting social media, and then they told us all of a sudden the lady who had reached out to our neighborhood said, you know what, take everything off social media. Just keep it real quiet for a bit. We're like, okay, if you say so. And it turns out that the cops got a lead on the girl, and they had looked at the kid's social media, and he was bragging about how he was pimping and selling or whatever the hell it was nonsense. And it turned out he and his friends, when he walked out of the Taco Bell with her, he had some people waiting. They grabbed her, stuffed her in a car, but they got it on the security cam. It took them 10 days to find this kid. And she was a wreck when they found her. It was not good. She was on the other side of Houston, and they said she was selected to head to the border, which means they were going to sell her overseas.
Yeah, disgusting shit, right, Roaming? Oh man, I have goosebumps, man.
Oh, and the cops told her. She said, "Look, tell your friends on social media. Look, we appreciate what you were doing, but if they make too much noise before we can get to her, especially if we know where they are,
Yeah.
she'll disappear."
Yeah.
She's a liability. So he said, just keep it quiet, let us do our thing, and they got him. They rescued 14 from that house,
Oh well, amen to that. Wow, that is
and
great news.
Like
those
that one
boys,
down in
those
Georgia
dudes.
last year. Was it Georgia last year that they found a whole bunch of kids
Mhm.
in somebody's place?
Yep.
See, that's what
So,
freaks me out about the foster care system too, because just in Kansas alone, they're missing a couple hundred kids. They're like, okay, I can't remember the exact number, but they're like, okay, say we've got 5,000 kids in the entire state on foster care. We're missing like 73 of them. Like, we have no idea where they're at. Like, how does that happen? You know?
Oh, it sounds like the
Especially
kids that
nowadays.
all went and died, that were in like residential school homes here in Canada, Hutch, right? Where did the kids go? They
yeah.
fucking know where they're going, man. They know. You
Or some
can't
of
tell
the
me that Canada doesn't know where all these missing kids went from residential school homes. Come on, they all knew. Now it's just like a big diversion from everything that's going on. And the people that know what's going on, they know what's going on. And we just don't like this shit. And it's like, what do we do now? You want to try to fight for freedom, but you want to try to be gray man? It's like, what the fuck do we do? What do we do? Do we go out there and wear no masks? Do we go out there and say, yeah, hey, we got the freaking Jabberwocky doodle right in our asses, just to be gray man? I'm not that kind of person because I'm fucking super honest about the way I feel. And I'm sorry, Pilgrim, if I'm busting shit up on your channel, bro.
Oh, he's not even here. Right? Matter. Keep it going. This is beautiful.
No, I get so freaking sick and tired when I go out into the public people world where it's like, I just want to yell at them, take off the fucking face diapers and do what you got to do. And I'm sorry that my picture showing right now is not my normal picture. This is my one for my Jenny's Got Avon channel. Haha.
It's a nice picture.
Fuck.
Yeah, I don't think
It's like
Avon has anything in Hutch's color or mine.
it's my alter alias. You know what I mean? Bushcraft is laughing at me right now. So is Roaming. I see you all laughing at me. This is cool. Whatever.
Oh, not laughing at you.
No, that's your business picture. That's your business attire thing.
Yeah. So business-like.
Oh yeah, no, it's situational awareness, folks. That goes back to the original topic of the sleeper cells and to the trafficking thing. All this stuff's tied together. It's all money and power.
It's all linked. All of it. Everything. I hate it.
God, Northern Girl, how much money is trafficking bringing to cartels and to terrorist organizations right now?
I don't even want to know. I thought you were going to ask me how much money I have in the bank and how much do I need to withdraw right now,
Well, you're a
Roaming.
millionaire. We all know that.
Oh, yeah, I wish I was. Because you know what? I would be far from my little town right now that is like California.
What's going on? Are they, what did you say when they said they were calling you out? What do you mean?
Give me 1 sec. I got to distance myself from a window.
What's going on, Bushcraft? You awful quiet down there, brother.
Oh, not much. Yeah, some of the foster parents are worse than the bad people.
Exactly. I just met a girl that's going through that right now.
I've run into a few of those.
Yeah, my mom used to do foster care back in the early '90s, and she wasn't, she didn't deserve to have kids of her own to begin with, but yet somehow, we'd get up to 6 or 7 different foster kids at any given time in the house, for months at a time, and I know how big of a snatch my mom was, so that kind of, it's like if I'm seeing what's going on and how much she can get away with here, I can only imagine how widespread it is to other kids, because you can't talk to any foster kid that doesn't have at least one horror story of a foster family that, tortured the hell out of them pretty much.
Yeah, I was in a 3-bedroom house, had 32 kids in there. and the caseworker would come in and ask how everybody's doing, which you had to say everything was hunky dory and whatnot. But how do they accept that in a 3-bedroom house? There's
Wow.
bunk beds everywhere. It's
See, that's what I don't understand, because it's so stupid expensive to adopt a kid. They make it so hard to adopt a damn kid, but yet they complain about how the system keeps filling up, and they're putting them in the house with these damn pedophiles and these pervert sons of bitches. But yet, they want a small fortune to be like, okay, here, we'll just sign it. You're a good person here, you can keep it.
yeah.
The whole system it makes no damn sense.
Now, there's some companies will actually offer assistance, lawyers, help with funding stuff if you're legitimately trying to adopt. My company actually has done that for some folks. It's a whole, but it's a whole elaborate process. It has to be only through certain types of agencies that have been approved and vetted. And you have to use the attorneys they designate, and you have to be cleared by the state. But they'll help them all the way. And we've had a few coworkers who either couldn't have kids or wanted to add to the family that had taken kids in. But yeah, it's elaborate. I mean, they have a whole little department in this company to handle this stuff. So individuals, like normal citizens, yeah, they wind up with the wrong people.
Okay, I'm back. I know that you had a question, Hutch.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and it was about
It was, what's going on in your neighborhood? You said they were. Would you say they were calling you out and everything now? What's going on?
okay, so right next door we have my neighbor Ronnie. He's a pretty cool guy, and then right next to him we have the guy who owns the school who had the goose originally. Remember Wally the goose?
Yeah.
So now Jerry's going around to everyone and telling everyone that we don't have the freaking Jabberwocky.
And
So
that's
now
bad
this is-
vibes up there, huh?
It is spreading like wildfire through the community.
I'm gonna get it tattooed.
Get it tattooed on my forehead, pretty much. You know what I mean? So we're in a population of 600 people here, and most of them are hunters.
You done got hit with that damn scarlet letter, man.
I don't know what you mean, Hutch.
Yeah.
That's from a TV show, though, huh? It's like the scarlet letter is something that they would use to designate people there. It's like we're in or maybe in the concentration camps, how they'd put different symbols. They'd put stars on Jews. They'd put red triangles on communists, pink triangles on gay people. They'd put purple ones on gypsies.
It's
gray
old
ones.
About back in the day. What is it? Little Women? Is that the book that's got a good reference to it?
Yeah. Oh no, that was like a dystopian SHTF future where they can't have any kids anymore. There's only a few fertile women, and all the elites get to keep the fertile women. And it's a pretty messed up story. But
No, what I'm talking about is basically back in the day, like the Salem witch trial kind of days. If a woman was shamed, or she might be a witch. This woman is shunned because she's a whore or whatever. They had an A, and different things that they had to wear in public. Kind of like the sex offender registry. You got to put the sign in it. One of those kind of things. So you can't hide this.
I don't know. I'm fixing to sell the place.
You're gonna try to become more isolated now.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because you know what, I don't feel it's going to be safe here, and I don't feel like we're going to have the support, or you know what I mean, like even if we are friendly with our neighbors like we always are, I think that I can just see them turning against us the more that they get the sleever, and it's just going to become a bad scenario. So we did see an awesome property. Not sure if you guys caught that video that I did, but we did find an awesome property. It's a bit pricey, so we'd need to have like maybe one other person or two other people maybe to come and help out because it's freaking 21 acres.
Whoa.
Oh, I'd love 21 acres. Shit.
That's
Oh,
decent, yeah.
it is amazing, and these people live like they're like the people that I would ideally look up to as the herbalists that know everything about the area. And then they're like, no, we're looking to get back to British Columbia as soon as possible because they know what the heck is going on. You know?
Is that the coolest part of Canada? Is British Columbia? Is that like the most laid back, conservative style place?
I would say British Columbia and Alberta. Maybe even Quebec because Chris Sky just did a huge rally there and there were like 300,000 people at the rally.
Didn't you have that video taken down that you put up of that rally too?
Yeah, and my rally was only in Sudbury, Ontario. That was removed by the tube, so I put that to BitChute and Rumble. And then I know, who else was it?
That's
What's his
been going
name?
around a lot.
What's up, bug dude?
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I mean, it becomes a point now where what do I do? Because I'm in a small population. Everyone's gotten it. They're fully done. You know what I mean? Even
They
my
should be fine then.
even my mom and my stepdad, you know, like I'm surrounded by sheepies.
No,
I
I'm
don't
sorry to
know
hear that.
anybody that's gotten it where I'm at. A couple of people, but not really anybody though. I know. Like I'm gonna try to hold out as long as possible.
A lot in this town that has got it.
Oh, everyone here, man. I admire you guys for saying that you know people that haven't gotten it because everyone here has, and they know us. And I try not to even promote my YouTube channel on other media platforms for the most part that I know of locally, like to local people, like on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
Especially
that's a smart
now.
thing. You don't want to attract that attention that close.
That's what
if
I
they're
noticed.
hostile.
Yeah, I stopped because I didn't want nobody. Because what if you got a hater out there that wants to be like, oh yeah, they live in this town and their real name is this, and then such and such, all these
Yeah.
details about them.
It happens all the time.
That's
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
TJ Preps had the same issue. She had on one of her lives, she had somebody send her pizza.
oh
for
wow.
her during the live. Yeah.
Yeah.
I take it
That's
wasn't a friend she
sketch.
knew pulling a
Oh
gag.
no, it wasn't nobody she knew.
How do they do it? They look up your IP address or some shit?
Her information's been put out there.
Dude,
Say,
that
because
sucks, dude. What the fuck?
Bad people.
On a
That's all you
PC,
got to watch about doxing people, man. Because a while back, I had a whole bunch of people try to get a hold of me to dox somebody, and I was like, I'm not doing that game. It's too far right there.
No.
There's an army of trolls out there that are trying to do every possible thing they can about anybody who's on screen. Leverage is leverage.
Did you all see the video of somebody doxed a YouTuber whose sister was a hacker? Like she was a computer programming whiz, and so she figured out where the doxer was, and he went to the guy's apartment.
Oh,
And it was kind of funny because the guy he's like, do you know what you did? You doxed me. And the guy froze. Like he couldn't compute. He didn't understand. Like he just froze. And then all of a sudden it clicked. And you could see the very instant he realized who was. And the dude he doxed was a big guy. And he's like, what? And all of a sudden you could see in his face, he goes, ah! And he lets this scream out like a gremlin and tries to run away and falls downstairs. It was just, if I can find it, I'm going to play it on my channel. I'm going to have to search for that one, but it was hysterical.
wow. Yeah.
That's what
That sucks.
too many people think that just because you're on a screen, you can't get touched. Like there are people who are
They'll go out of their way to screw you over, dude. Like they'll go out of their way.
That's right. JH556. Yep. Karma is a bitch. Yeah, you got it.
In subscribers, 10 million subscribers, and this guy, his family got so much to the point of shutting his electricity off in his
Who are you talking about?
name's Roman Atwood.
Oh, yeah, I know him.
Yeah, man, he got.
Actually, well, before this last instant, I've actually been to his house. Yeah,
Oh, that kicks ass.
outside of Columbus.
Yeah,
But
they
now he doesn't want nobody around,
absolutely.
which I don't blame him.
Yeah, man.
Man, like they were like calling their kids fucking schools and like it got so bad.
Taking pictures of their house and taking pictures
Really,
of
they was
them
doing
and
shit like
posting it.
that.
Yeah,
It was crazy. Like this dude, everyone thought he was untouchable. You know, all these 10 million subscribers on one channel, 10 million. No, man, they're just like us.
hmm yeah. A lot of
Man,
a lot of big time guys have been swatted and stuff.
Oh yeah.
They call SWAT in and stuff like that.
that is what doxing is basically, right?
Yeah, hoot out doxing is basically when you take somebody's information, their real name, their address, their phone number, and put all their stuff out there publicly.
You get caught, you're going.
John McGill's about right. Nobody here wants to be too close to anybody. That's why we're on here.
Right. See, I've only had, that's the double-edged sword about being in a small town is you get the seclusion, but everybody's in your damn business, no matter what you do. And even if it's just some made-up shit from some old biddy who got bored. Like my stepmom, I ain't gonna lie, every woman I've met is a gossiping motherfucker, even if it has no tie to any kind of logical thing at all. You know what I mean?
That's just the nature, and that's no insult to them at all.
Yeah, people like to gossip, and once it spreads, it's out there. It's out there. There's no taking it back.
Oh,
Can't
social
undo
media is evil as hell,
It
man.
rots the mind. It's become the
It
new
does.
TV.
It does, and the worst is the TikTok with the 15-second brain waves that people want to freaking watch and watch and watch and watch over and over and over again. I'm sorry if anyone's on TikTok.
I know a lot of people get info from it. They get a lot of their Gray's hair gets some. What are you about to say, Gray's?
There's a lot of good things on TikTok, but their majority is trash. It's just fake. It's all BS.
A lot of girls, a big booty shaking and
Yeah.
shit. They be getting like money. They like 10 million like followers on like 25 million followers on TikTok and shit. And all they're doing is dancing and shit.
Oh, I know, it's crazy. Like, I was on
Mhm.
TikTok freaking years ago, and we did funny ass shit. Like, I think I might actually put one out to my channel. The one that I was drinking a beer before work, and I'm going to dedicate that one to Hutch Homestead.
How would you dedicate that to me? I don't drink.
Well, I'm going to dedicate it to you because you freaking razzed me before, man, where you said, oh, get drunk. Okay, I will, Hutch
Hey-
Homestead. Here you go. Here's my dedication, my TikTok dedication to you, Hutch. I love you, man.
I'd rather you eat a brownie.
Be feeling good.
Oh.
Miguel,
Right. Yeah,
Miguel.
John T, you got it. Yeah, ass sales. It's all
Yeah.
about
Straight up.
Sure does. And you know what? Like Joe said, Joe and I said, okay, I have to do naked fishing. How am I going to pull this off?
They have naked yoga and shit on this YouTube shit,
Oh,
dude.
there's a
Don't
few
even
of them
freaking
out
talk
there
about it
doing
because you're going to pull my subscribers away and you're going to
No,
tell
I
them
know,
to
no
watch
negative
naked yoga.
vibes. Yeah, that shit is crazy though. Yeah, it's what is cool and what is not cool. It makes you question like what can you do?
Although
There's a
I
line,
find some really good recipes on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
Come on,
I
roaming.
seen some good Cajun cooking on that shit.
Roaming,
Hey, that's
roaming.
that's where I got my bread recipe from.
Don't get brain warped.
No, I can't watch it for more than a few minutes because it's like watching TV static. It's just like, and after a while, I'd rather stare at walls, you know.
That's how I get with the YouTube Shorts. I'll be watching some of the I feel like YouTube's trying to do that with the Shorts a lot. Like
Oh yeah.
my video,
Facebook, they're all doing it.
but my most viral video I got is of a excuse me, It's of a 20-second video of my dog, and it's got 3,000 views on it and all kinds of crazy shit.
What?
But it's just, yeah, you know, and that's the only video I got like that. That's got a whole bunch of views and a whole bunch of thumbs up on it and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But like,
It was a
it's-
short. It was a
it
short.
was a
like-
short, yeah.
Holy crap, man! My freaking largest viewed video is on my wrong fucking channel, man.
Oh no, that sucks.
I got 10,000 views on my Sweetgrass video on my Jenny's Got Avon channel, but it's also on my Northern Girl Hobbies. But don't go and watch that because I'm going to be redoing it this week.
There's a way you could pull a video off your old account, though. I think.
You gotta contact YouTube and stuff, I think, though.
Oh, so I
Really?
can switch that video to this channel?
You could download the
I thought you could
You're
download
the
the
owner,
video
so
and the
you can-
thumbnail
you can
and then
move it.
remove it from first channel and move it to the other one.
Well, no,
I
I,
get-
already moved it over. I have it on both channels, but like, can I get the viewership for the
Oh.
hours?
Oh,
Oh no,
Over?
I don't know.
You can download the video straight to your go to. I don't want to say the website because I don't want to like get in trouble for saying a illegal
you-
download website.
can
But
get in
you
trouble
can.
for that.
But there's ways you can download your old video,
Yeah.
and then boom, you can put it on your channel. It'll be saved to your phone, saved to your computer, and then that's all there
Yeah,
is to it.
Yeah, I know. I already did that. I'm just asking if there's a way that I can get the freaking
know. That's a
time
good
watch
question.
transferred
Nah,
over.
you can't
Oh,
get
no.
that though.
Okay,
Nah.
I'm screwed. I split the channel the wrong way.
Keep it as both. Have that as both channels.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
somebody had did a short on what was it? Those hot chocolate bombs or something like that, and they had got can't remember, like 10,000 subs off of it, but it took them like 4 years to get monetized.
Wow.
because it was 30 seconds.
Yeah, well they've been doing it for four years, but and then they just did like last year, and then they got tons of subs from it, but it took them 4 years to get monetized.
Some of those I'll see have been up for 10 years and they'll have like 15 million views on them. But like for some of the period of time that video was up, it'd only get like 100 views on it for like 5 years and it started exploding.
Yeah, so I did meet somebody too, who has 15,000 subs. He's an artist, and he just doesn't upload regularly. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? I'm like, you're wasting your time on Instagram.
For real?
You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
His Instagram should be to direct to either his website or to YouTube to monetize.
You
Yeah,
can link you can link them.
Yeah, but he's from a different country, so I didn't really get a whole chance to tell him everything that, you know what I mean, for tips and whatnot. But that video I still have to upload, and that's from like early in the summer. Oh, yikes.
Yeah, school starting and stuff, man. It's that time of year. This year went by ridiculously fast.
Yeah,
And
it
slow.
Hasn't it though, dude?
What?
The year has gone by.
Oh,
He said it's gone by fast. But he said it's gone by slow too, huh?
Yeah, it's gone by fast and slow.
Like in the long stretch, it's gone by fast, but in the short, like the days are short, or the days are long, but the months are short. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Like,
Yeah, it kind of. I think the last year and a half has been just bizarre. It's just been weird.
I've been trying to get used to things, man. Like it just seems like I had the wind taken out from beneath me, man. Whenever all that shit went down on January 20th, you know. And I'm not a hardcore supporter or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, it just seemed like my whole personality changed, man. Like everything's different. Everybody else's has too.
Never from
Yeah,
breakfast,
especially
lunch, and channel?
Bushcraft Family. Holy man, he's really changed.
I have.
Tell us about your chain. Tell us what inspired that.
I didn't know I changed.
I'm just kidding, Bushcraft. Love you, man.
Yeah, it's always an honor. That's always an honor to talk to you guys, man. It's the first time I've talked to Roman Prepper. It's awesome talking to you too, sir. But it's been an honor. It's an honor always talking to you guys, though, for
It's
sure.
fun I love doing this.
This banter.
These are the best prepping videos when you can have a group of people. I mean, we pretty much cover almost all of North America.
Right. For the most part, yeah.
Straight up.
Everybody has all different ideas. That's what makes it good.
Community I've noticed is like so awesome and like deserves so much recognition.
The community's starting to grow more and more, but I feel like it should be bigger. Like, I feel like the community should be out there, like...
1,000 people are watching this right now. Like this shit needs to be heard, man. Like,
See, that's the problem is we're a small community. Like this community we're in, it's a relative, in the grand scheme of things, it's a tiny ass community. But there are thousands of tiny little communities just like us all over.
Exactly.
I'm getting sent new stuff from people every day. They're thousand, less than 2,000 subs, in that range. And they've got the exact same kind of setup that we got. Just we need to start branching out to these other communities. Like, hey, let's get one big community going instead of different here. And, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think about it. I mean, prepping doesn't have to be, oh, Godzilla's here. I mean, in theory, you could get a Godzilla, hypothetically, but I'm not waiting for one.
Right.
But you know what? A blackout for 1 week, or a hack, or a riot, or a pandemic. I mean, shoot, we've literally, y'all, if I told you guys a year and a half ago, hey, I'm going to write a book, there's going to be a pandemic, riots, they're going to fight in the Capitol, burn down Portland, they're going to hack a pipeline, y'all would have said, dude, pick one. It's too much.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Every fucking thing.
Everything
one
you
of
can
them.
imagine, man.
So-
Yeah, it's like a sci-fi movie or something,
And
dude.
it's
It's
getting
like
to where it's like, oh, okay.
Oh, it's a bad freaking nightmare, man. All the way around.
I do feel like I'm
Put up-
almost used to it, though.
Yeah, that's what I
So
mean.
that's
I thought,
time for exploring the
okay.
question right there.
What was it?
Time for exploring. He's got a question. There you go. Any of y'all can help with that? I'm assuming it's
Do any one of you know a veteran compensation advocate outside of DAV? I had a brain MRI and I need to file a claim with the VA.
What branch were you in? You could reach to the VA. If you went overseas, you could reach VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars. But the VA should be able to take, if you have a claim, the VA should be able to handle the claim. You shouldn't have to go outside. You could also, oh, you're Navy, so you could reach out to your JAG as well. Or a JAG. They should have JAGs assigned to the VA hospitals as an advocate.
He said he's Navy.
Yeah.
Okay, can you show Haba's comment?
This one right here. Many told people to prep and the majority are still not prepping.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think a lot of people are looking at it like the diet. Like you get that New Year's resolution, like I'm going to go on a diet this year. It sounds all good and
Princess.
stuff, but then you got to actually start.
Yeah, and Hutch, I don't know what people are seeing on mainstream media in terms of prepping. I don't know what's out there because I don't have TV, right? So we only see what we see on the tube. So we don't see what other people are seeing. Are they portraying preppers as being crazy people, or what the heck is going on out there?
They're basically calling us hoarders and saying that we need to be watched.
Yep.
Anybody who's prepping for anything major is a suspected threat, because why else would you be preparing? You don't think the government can take care of you? Why do you need all this shit? It's one of those things.
Okay, so maybe that's why my neighborhood now is like
Freaking
really on my ass.
Probably. I'd definitely beef up my security a little bit, because if you're labeled as one of those crazy anti-vaxxers, then they're like, oh, I bet that chick's got a bunker and all kinds of food and ammo and stuff in her house. So
They know. Oh, I'm sure they freaking know.
You know, I had, like I'd said earlier in the video, I had someone ask me, well, how do you know the difference, like a hoarder or a prepper? I said, because the preppers were at home watching the hoarders freak out and fight over toilet paper. You know, you don't buy a whole truckload of rice at once and then
because if
like
the world's
leave
going
it
to
all
end,
over your
the thing
house.
you're worried
No,
about
it's,
is wiping your ass.
yeah, it's well, because they ate too much of that canned soup and then they needed the toilet paper out of it.
Dysentery.
I wonder if I said to Gord, "Hey, I'm moving to your place." I wonder what he would say.
That the knife guy?
And he would, pardon?
The knife guy?
Gord. Gord might, yeah, the knife guy, Gord. I wonder if I said, "Hey, I'm coming to build a house on your property. What do you think? I'm gonna sell my place." And yeah,
Probably be about it.
he might. I might have to have that convo tomorrow, man.
Straight up.
Dang, what's going
Yeah.
on?
Yeah.
Man,
Well, he's about a half hour away. Oh, good night, Lucky Dame. Preparedness. Good to see you,
Exactly.
Sandwich.
John T. Everybody should have a year's supply. Even the government tells you that. So,
Yeah, I had my year supply, man. I'm building a secondary year supply, but I'm thinking this. If I combine both, I'll have a 2-year supply once I combine both my supplies again, if God wills it. Fingers crossed.
nuh-uh. 1 + 1, that gives you a 4-year supply. Come on, man. Eat your life.
Oh, 1 + 1 is 4. I forgot about that. My bad.
Hutch, come on. Your
Pardon
math is
me.
wrong.
careful, you'll be called racist.
Oh yeah, doing math. You forget. Yeah, math is a part of that systematic racism
Come on.
created by a
I'm-
Puritan society.
Yeah.
Let me tell
I'm brown on the top and white on the bottom. Come on now.
Oh God.
I'm an Oreo cookie. Appalachian.
Reddish.
Yup. Yes, I'm working on building the mag. Absolutely.
My mag I feel pretty cool with though. I feel like I feel like my mag I got right now. We're on the path, but once this shit hits the van, who knows what's gonna happen? It's obviously it's gonna be a little bit harder than it's just like, us sitting around in the living room and us talking about it and shit. And then whenever it actually happens, like, I think we could do it though. I'm trying to influence all my buddies to store food, to store water, and I think it's been working a little bit to get the freedom seeds, get pews.
I think a lot of it came from media, like
Tennessee
they did
Tactical.
Doomsday Prepper, the series, and they're gonna dramatize it, right? They're gonna make it really
Exactly.
ridiculous. And in
Just
reality,
think.
people ask me, "Why do you prep?" I'm like, remember the hurricane that hit us when we were in Houston? Well, yeah. Okay, yeah, there you go. I mean, come on. It could be as simple. I told one dude, okay, what happens if you're going to a drilling rig, you have a car accident, and you're in the hospital. If you have 6 months of food in the house, your wife doesn't have to go out and go shopping every couple of days. You got stuff at the house. That's a shit
Oh,
hit
yeah.
the fan, but it's your personal one. It doesn't have to be the zombies. And you say it like that, you kind of change the way you're explaining it, and you watch the lights come on in their eyes, and they go like, "Holy crap! I never thought of it like that." And you change one of them. I had one guy before they shut everything down. I told him, "Dude, you may want to get a couple of weeks of food. I mean, if they shut down, there may be disruptions." And he was like, He came to me a month later. He got me on Teams. He's like, "Dude, I'm glad I listened to you, man." He said that extra 2 cases of water and the stupid Chef Boyardee's, all of a sudden the schools were closed and I had kids home. But guess what? We had enough. He said, I didn't see the toilet paper thing. He was joking about it. He said, but we bought a pack because we're like, well, the kids are going to be at home maybe. And, it didn't catch him off guard. And he said, man, I went to go to the store and it was chaos. Like people literally were in his Facebook group in the neighborhood saying, "I ran out of milk the second day after they closed the schools." Guys,
Right.
you have two
Like
kids. Why don't you have a week's worth of milk? I mean, what are you thinking?
You got to stop trying to tell people that the sky is falling, and you're like, no, your house is on fire. You know,
Right.
Yeah, no kidding, right, Hutch? Okay, yeah, totally. Guys, I'm
Dude.
gonna jump out of off of here, and I'll be in chat.
all right.
Hey, it was a pleasure talking to you again. It's nice having you on here. I'm on that Discord. I've been learning a lot of good stuff off that. Thank you for that.
Right on. And you know what? I apologize to the people on my Discord. I haven't even been on there. I've been so flippin' busy. Like, winter's coming.
Hey,
And
of all the people, you don't need to explain to us. Every one of us works, and every one of us. Sometimes you just gotta stop and get stuff done.
Real
Yeah.
life comes first. This is just YouTube. Real life always comes first.
that's
Oh, yeah.
right.
Straight
Yeah.
Although I do like the videos of the little chicks trying to fly up to where the big chickens were roosted and they were missing and crashing into the hay.
Oh, yeah. It was a good one, roaming. If anyone missed that live stream, it was a short one
Yeah.
tonight, like 25 minutes, I think, long. Go and check it out. It was adorable. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing because you have to think that we have illegal chickens here.
That's what I was
Illegal
thinking about.
chickens.
They're, if your neighbors are spreading your business about the jab, how many people in your community know that you got chickens? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
God.
Exactly, Hutch, right?
Mhm.
And how long before they start ratting us right the fuck out?
That's my neighborhood. It's any little thing. It's like I had a truck parked in the back. My son wanted to restore it, and every year the health department would come down and say, so and so, one of your neighbors said your vehicle hasn't been moved and whatnot, and I'd have to go and get a battery and pop it in there and say, yeah, it starts. I'd move it a foot, see it moved, and then every year.
Wow.
I tried rain catchment, so I'd have water for a garden and whatnot or whatever, and it got reported because you can't in the city you can't have rain catchment. Anything that collects water you can't have, even if
That's
it's
crazy.
green.
Can you not bury it somehow?
Well, I accidentally placed a trash can somewhere next to it, so I have a little bit of water there, and I've got some barrels that if I need to, I can move up. But yeah, any little thing I get reported on, it's horrible.
See, that's what's crazy too. Is like a lot of these people we're gonna call our friends. Like I had a hella instances where I just got everybody I know is older than me by at least 15 years because I'm really like an 80-year-old man, and they're in that mindset to where they talk just because a random stranger will sit there and tell their whole damn life story to you. So a lot of people will end up dry snitching on you and not even realize it just because you're in a conversation like, oh yeah, such and such has got this over here and this over here, and it doesn't even register them. That any kind of consequences to them, they're just having a conversation.
Good night, SKM.
Have a good night, Bubba.
But
Good night, SKM.
all right, well, guys, I got to run the rigs tomorrow, so thank
All
you
right.
so much for the invitation, Hutch Pilgrim.
It was an honor having you on here. It was an honor talking to you, man.
It was great to meet everyone else too.
Nice meeting you.
We all need to do this again. This was definitely awesome.
Yeah, awesome
Yes,
panel.
sir.
Thank you.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
Yo, we will
Have
see you.
fun.
Y'all stay safe. God bless.
God bless you too, Bubba. We'll see you, man.
Later.
Oh man, how about that, guys? How that dude was so intelligent. He was, that's awesome. You have a good night, Appalachian.
We're
I
harvesting.
think if anybody else wants to pop up and say anything,
Yeah, see, Hava's comment right there. That's my biggest problem with mags. Nobody wants to commit. It's like if you're going to trust these people with your life at some point, then you've got to test them. And if they're not going to show up for like a training exercise or, you know, even just a group meeting, then it's kind of like, well, if this isn't important enough to do, then they don't take it as serious as I do. You know?
Yeah, they
But I don't-
want to do all their business on the internet. That's like, why would you want to do that? You want to talk in person, you know. I was contacted by one in Ohio here, and they said, asked if I was married, and I said no, and they said, well, we want married people. I said, why is that? And they said, well, we don't want any cheating going on. I was like, wow, you're screwed already.
Right? Yeah. If that's the mindset you're already thinking about your women,
Yeah,
it makes no sense. Like, so I'm going to risk my life for a group that already has no trust at all. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, funds to travel. I understand that. Hell, I ain't even got money to get to the gas station. You know what I mean? But still, there's always something that can be done. It's whether people come to you, you know, think on the fly. That's part of it too. Like, oh, this person can't make it, so let's go to their spot and do something. You know, being able to adjust is going to also be something that needs to be practiced in real life like that. You know, like, oh, well, so and so can't make it, so let's just cancel. Like, no, let's just go to so and so. You know, there's not enough critical thinking, at least in the, you know, the stuff that I've seen. It just makes it like people are unreliable. And then you got to think a lot of mags too. Most people prepare mags because they're like, oh, it's the end of times kind of thing. That's what you assume when you think of mag. We're going to start a community. Well, what about all the stuff between starting a community? You know, the hard times that you're going to have to go through. There's so many things that are just left open in a lot of these mag situations. That just, it doesn't seem like the effort's there.
Wow, I can't even click off. I can't even click off the mic to get the mic. Oh, okay, I think I got it. Can you guys hear me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my phone was like kind of stuck there. So, my question is, when it comes to the mag, and you have people that have had the sleever, what are you guys all doing with the people in the mag? Are you just kind of watching them? What are you doing?
It's really not even a factor to me, really.
What is? I don't know what the Meg is.
MAG is a mutual assistance group. It's basically the group you're going to fight the whole war with and start a community afterwards.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna be fighting with.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. Move aside. I don't know. Let the strong let through. I don't know.
So like, even like my situation, regardless, I think everybody needs to be watched. I'm a big fan of people watching, just because I've always been a wallflower and a loner, so I people watch naturally. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where I'll watch my mom. You know what I mean? I'll watch my brother. Everybody still needs to be watched to a certain point. You know, because I'm not saying you have to distrust them, but everybody needs to be watched to a certain point, regardless of who they are. You see friends stabbing each other in the back after 15, 20 years. You see marriages break up after 30, 40 years where they hate each other, and people never even knew. There's so many things going on behind the scenes with each person that everything should just be watched.
Over the silliest things too.
They've brought in and just totally shitting on everything they've had, like you said, 15, 20 years prior. It's just small things, man.
Okay, I'm trying to get back to. I tried to watch the chat here. I'm on my phone. My iPad died.
I don't know how you guys can do it on cell phones. That would drive me nuts.
Yeah, no, bushcraft. It's horrible. It really is. I have multiple devices. It sucks, and every device is different. And then you're trying to mod and do other shit, and it's like, you know what? Sometimes I just want to sit back and watch and chill out and just ask questions and do shit. So this is great. I like
Right.
it. Okay, so I'm gonna just come right out and say it right now. I have an issue with the people that got the fucking Jabberwocky. I really do.
Me too.
I really do, because truly in my heart, I believe it's something purely evil and sinister. And I've gone down the rabbit holes for a number of years, and I see where it's linking it all up to everything is linked. It's all bad news. But I also have trauma. So bear with me here, people. So when you have trauma gets linked to trauma, gets linked to trauma, gets linked to trauma. And when you're trying to prep, it links to more trauma.
Well, yeah.
So for me, now I'm being under attack by my whole community here, which is 600 people, and then probably even more so in the larger population, which is another 6,000 people. Not a lot of these people know I have a YouTube channel, thank goodness, because I don't really promote it out there. But yeah, it's kind of freaking me out, and I'm not liking it. And hey, I got a lot of my family members that got the Jabberwocky, Doodle, Dandy, whatever the hell you want to call it, the sleever. And I'm seeing weird shit going on in them. Just saying.
Man.
Yeah, I went to my doctor the other day, and his nurse was talking about it, and she said that there's more people that has got it that's getting the virus, that they basically they've got the shot, and then they're still catching it, and now they're catching it again at the second time. So that's why they want to do the extra one.
Well, yeah, and that's and you know what? It's going to be blamed on us,
Yeah,
bushcraft.
but that doesn't make sense, though. If you have it, why are you worried about if anybody else doesn't have it?
I know, and they still walk around with masks on, man.
It's a nose and hair thing. It's like, oh, I got this. You don't. I'm better. Like, no, you're not. Sorry.
Yeah, and then the thing with the mask, when you wear a mask, like going into Walmart, you can smell the chicken through the mask.
Mm-hmm.
How's I can smell stuff through it,
Bro.
But those particles don't go through the mask.
You could blow out a candle through the mask. Blow out fire.
Yeah.
Like,
well, you can do all kinds. You can blow out all kinds of stuff through the mask, even a fart through your freaking mask. Put it on your ass, man.
But see, that's the thing is, on certain things, I've heard about the mood swing. The mood changes. It's almost like it does something to some people, and you can tell a physical change. And we don't want to discredit them all the way, because we're still going to need those people. You know what I mean? To a certain extent.
Man, think about it. Like Johnson and Johnson, they're like paralyzing people. It is killing people. And
I heard it might cause in the future that shit could lead to like mental problems for children who take it. Like,
yeah, one Johnson and Johnson is a safe. I don't know if you're religious, but satanic like company. Like there's just so much darkness behind it.
Explain. What do you mean?
I don't know too much about it, but I heard like years ago how like Johnson and Johnson was like like a cult, satanic, some I don't know too much about it, but then they come out with this.
It's all cult and
I mean,
satanic.
everything is cult for sure,
Yes.
but it's all the symbol. But I would, I could definitely believe that though. I would definitely believe that. But I think that you ever seen the video where Kamala Harris was talking about? You ever seen the video where Kamala Harris was talking about? We've been having this jab for the past 10 years. We've known about it, working on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it makes no sense. And they said, wait, I thought they said it only took them 1 year to make it. They made it in like 8 months or some shit.
HIV, AIDS, fucking you can't. Like, why don't we have solutions for this?
Because, I mean, it's obvious, dude, because they ain't going to be able to make money off the medicine and the treatments.
Yeah, you're right, man.
We have the cures. We have the cures, man. You just
That's
have
why all these rich people, super rich,
Not for us. There.
they live.
Yeah, a lot of them you'll see that. Oh, this person's got cancer. And 6 months later, oh, it's gone.
Well, no, there's certain things that you can do to get rid of your cancer. Apparently, when I've been trying with my mom for 5 years to give her silver colloidal, chaga, you name it, natural medicines, my mom just is like, "Nope, I'm not doing it." Okay, mom.
Well,
Here's
you
what
think
it
over
is, man.
the course of the last 50, 60 years or more, we got into more hormones, the whole thing, processed food, all that shit.
Yeah.
Like my old man is on like over 50 pills a day for all kinds of random stuff. Some of those pills are just to take care of the side effects from some of those other pills. It's
Probably by the government, just like this bullshit was. Just to kill people. It's population control. It's in our toothpaste.
I heard in the UK they've come out with a microchip that you can get injected in you that can detect the vid if it's within like a certain distance of you.
Mark the beast.
I don't know. The mark of the beast is going to be a tattoo on your forehead, I think.
That's what the Bible says. This could be it, though. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I think they're getting us ready for it, though.
Well, if you think about it, they've been linking us to AI for a long time.
Exactly. I
Like-
think we're getting ready for the automated society.
I remember when email first came out, so I'm dating myself right there.
I think I remember that as well, but I was probably like... I remember some AOL.
AOL, bro, dial up. Oh my god.
I remember some dial-up. I know
Yeah,
what you're talking
email,
about.
AOL.
Yeah, I know that a little bit.
It's
Just a
all
little bit, but not too much. As much as, but I remember it sucked though. But what we have now, our cell phones now are better than the computers we had in 2001, 1999.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
the problem is that we need to actually pay attention to what's real, because we figure
You get lost in a fantasy.
1900, when the Cowboys saw the first car, they were like, "This is the end of the fucking world. This is evil shit." When they saw the first television, when they heard
Goes our jobs.
some things are just the natural course of how they should be, and like watch it, but it's not a problem until it's a problem. You know what I mean? When there are so many real things going on, and that's kind
Look
of
at Detroit. Look at Cincinnati. Look at all these places that used to build all these things, but look at them now.
right.
Because they got the people don't got the jobs no more.
When the debit cards came out everywhere, that was the mark of the beast. Y2K, that was it's some of these things. I mean, I get it.
in New York.
I like going down the rabbit hole, but if we want to improve our PR, our image to get more people on board, then we've got to come with a more realistic approach.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, I just don't want to get the vaccine because I'm afraid it'll cause health problems. I don't believe that I don't believe the jab is anything connected to religion.
No.
But, like, I believe it could cause maybe, like, mental retardation or something like that if children take it. Is something I don't know 100%. I didn't mean to say that. But I was reading, somebody sent me some articles today, And I'll just send them to Hutch, and I'll go over them later in the future in a couple of videos. But if I don't get in trouble for it, but
Dude, think about this.
this shit is
Pilgrim.
crazy.
It's
What's
not
up?
it's not new, and Appalachian PIA put this out like not too long ago. This is not a new thing. They've been trying to do this for years, and now it's just now full blown, full out, full force.
You talking about the forced jabbing?
Everything, yeah.
'Cause I heard
yeah,
that people got polio vaccines. That was some kind of like the polio jab could have been a something bad that happened to people. I don't forget.
It could
who
have
I
been
heard
the
that from.
precursor, you know what I mean? Like it could have always been in the works. And yeah, so now we're just going to keep getting jabbed and more jabbed and more jabbed and more jabbed. And maybe now it's like nanobots. And now AI is attached. And think about the amount of social media. And they want you to be linked to TikTok and all this other bullshit.
TikTok Taliban.
All liberal I'm sorry if you're a liberal, but it's all liberal bullshit. Sorry about it.
I'm not a liberal, okay? I'm going to be bouncing out soon, guys, because my phone is dying out.
Oh,
But I'll stay on for a bit.
We're all getting.
We're
Yeah, I don't think
rolling now.
It's as
We're
big a
rolling.
deal for the adults for the jab stuff, but when they start giving the kids, they're
The
not
kids.
developed yet or anything like that.
See, my son is 11
All
months
their
old.
Organs and their brain is just developing.
He's 11 months old, and he's going to get all of his other vaccines that they got to take already, right?
Yeah.
How do I know they're not giving this man the vaccine, the jab and shit for the
Yeah.
thing, dude? How do I know that they're not giving this dude that? You know,
Don't
like,
do it, man.
I mean,
Don't-
I'm not going to do it, but how would I know? I have no choice but to give him his other shots, or I'll get sent to jail and shit. You know?
Well, no, wait till you get sent to jail then. Yeah, I would not do it.
But no, I
honestly.
won't let the COVID.
But-
Like, he needs his dad. Like, you know, like I'm not gonna let him get that though. Like,
Yeah, it's not funny
let's see
though,
what
Pilgrim.
happens. No, I'm not laughing. I do that because I'm like, oh man, that sucks. But no, I
Because you
feel
don't even know what's in this shit no more.
No,
Even,
I
like,
haven't took it.
Like, no. You don't even know what's in any of the medications no more. We don't know what's in there. I'm telling you. I'm on an anti-anxiety medication. I've been coming off it for like over a year. And I'm telling you that this medication has changed. I don't trust anything to do with freaking the big farm. You get it?
When I was a kid,
Straight up.
I had a fear of needles, so I never got none of those things. For chicken pox, I've never had chicken pox. I've never had measles or any of that. The only one I took was the polio one, and it was dropped.
You also know how whenever you're a baby, like as soon as you're born, when they take you and like, well, who knows what they do to you when they take you away from your parents for like 5 hours? Only the doctors and nurses do, and it's probably nothing. They might not even know what they're putting in the baby. They might not even know what's inside of, like, you know.
Yep,
They might just be thinking
read the
it's
bottle.
exactly, dude.
Oh
Well, they've already they introduced. I can't remember if they introduced the bill or if they were just talking about it. Here, it was a while back, but where you know how they on the birth certificate they do the footprints and the fingerprints of the baby and all that good stuff, and how you can get that. Well, they want to start taking DNA samples from every child that's born and putting that into a deal, just like
a
people.
database.
Wow.
Yeah. So the minute you're born, you're automatically in a system. You know, your DNA is on everything, and it don't take nothing but just, you know, a supercomputer 5 seconds before you are like, hey, this person was here. And it's my whole issue with the whole thing is just they're forcing
Choice.
Exactly. Somebody sent me a video of a child. I don't know 100% if this video is real, but it was a child who was getting forced to get the jab in Australia. Why the dad was getting like beaten up by the police and shit because he's trying to stop it. I don't know exactly the full details. It sounded like some Australian accents.
That sounds fucked.
Well,
Yeah, but
they're going
that's
through
a.
some shit now.
I heard about a little bit of that.
Protests and stuff down there.
Yeah, I've heard about. I saw a little bit on Native and Devout's last night. I saw a little bit of it, man. That was pretty crazy, dude. They were getting into like for the bloody fights with the police.
Yeah.
I like how it said only like they talk about all the people that got injured and shit, and they said, "Oh yes," and one of the police also got and they focused on how the police got injured and shit, and like forget about all the other people that got, like all the protesters against the tyranny. Forget about them with this. You know, it's not his fault though. It's not that guy's fault though that he's being used as a tool for tyranny. You know what I'm saying? If he really knew about it though, he would fight against it. That's why I think about 50% of them will be on the side of the Patriots. But it doesn't seem like it.
It's the way it's looking to me, at least my perspective, is that it's going to turn into a global civil war. It's going to turn into a global world war.
Yes.
Everybody wants to fight their government, and everybody wants to fight everybody else at the same time.
Could you imagine if Taliban got a hold of nuclear weapons from Pakistan or somebody? If they ran across the border to Pakistan and they stole a nuke from them and they snuck it back to. Could you imagine some shit like that? And then Taliban let a nuke off somewhere because Pakistan has nukes too. Because the Russians gave it to them so that way they could defend themselves against the Indians. Because the Indians have them as well. And the next thing but could you imagine if that Taliban got a hold of one of them, or let's say.
I just looked this up yesterday. Between Russia and America, there are 106 nuclear warheads missing. America is missing 6. They have no idea where they're at, and Russia has 100.
Dude, I would love to own one of them, dude. Like, imagine finding one of them bitches, like, fucking buried underground. Like, you're like, oh, what's this? And you pick it up, you're like,
They know where they're at.
Take it easy,
Dude.
like a thing.
We
have a good night.
We should know.
I guarantee that one of those extremist Islamic countries already has one. They're just waiting for the right time to put it up.
Pakistan is kind of an extremist country, huh? If I'm not mistaken, right? That's where Bin Laden was killed at.
Absolutely.
But they had to be separated from India because they could not coexist with the Hindu people of India.
I'm not going to lie. I don't care how ignorant it makes me look. Pakistan, Iraq, Afghanistan, to me, it's just the Middle East. I don't know the distinction between the two.
I've looked too much into it. I've looked a lot into all these different cultures. Like, they've been, like, they have rich history back in the day, Mesopotamian times. But then after that, they were just owned by all the different empires that came through. You know what I'm saying? They got traded between Mongolians and between and then the caliphates when Muhammad and the Muslims came around. That completely like changed like the face of their whole society, and like that's not a bad thing. I mean, that became a part of who they are to this day. But the way they're living their lives now are the way they've been living their lives for thousands of years since biblical times. It's hardcore.
Dude, that's why they're women, like.
Dude, no, it's messed up, dude. It's hardcore, dude. But all that stuff's written about inside of all these holy books, dude. Like, I don't agree with it, dude, but I'm just saying, dude. Like, they live their life closer to the way, and I don't want to be offensive, but they live their lives closer to the way that the Torah and the Old Testament and all these things say that we should.
A lot of people say they're right for that.
I mean, I don't know about all that, but yeah, I just
say they're right, but I do not. Fuck them.
I agree. But man,
Hey, Pilgrim.
What's up?
I'm gonna bounce out because my phone is now dying, so I have to go and charge it up.
Yeah, put it on that charge.
Yeah, so appreciate seeing you all.
Hey, it was a good seeing you too, Northern Girl.
Yep, fist punches. Bushcraft. I can't see your fist punch.
Dude, that's gonna be the symbol from now on. That's dope.
Right on, man. Right on. Right on, guys. Okay, I'm gonna be watching from chat. Okay.
All right.
Party
Night,
on, Northern Girls.
Yeah, appreciate you. We're having a fire here. Long weekend. Ugh. Lots going on. Peace out.
Be safe.
Peace.
Oh man, this shit got me going, bro. I want to join.
Yeah, it get me very passionate as well, Bubba.
I'm standing.
What's on your mind, Bushcraft? You look like you're thinking.
Well, when we were talking about the neighbors and whatnot, reporting stuff, and Northern Girl was talking about fire, and I was like, I miss having a fire, just sitting around the fire.
Oh,
You live in a city, right?
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
That HOA situation going on.
Oh, every little thing, and then it's when my kids were in football, I've got weights in the garage and stuff. We would turn the music up and lift weights and everything, and cops would be, or sheriff would come down saying your music's too loud. People reporting it, and it's
Oh
like
my
in
God.
daytime.
Sick.
And one time, he this old man came up, and I used to be really bad with my temper, but he came up and said if we have our music up again, he's going to kick my son's ass.
What a square, dude. I'd be like, dude, I'll kick your ass, sir. What's good, dude? I'll challenge you to a duel.
Yeah, it hit me there for a second. I walked out and got in his face, and then I stopped.
Exactly, because you got to take a rational approach.
I calmed down, and I said, okay, because my kids know how to fight if they need to. Even though basically a couple of my kids are been known for getting in trouble with the law because they wouldn't start the fight, but they didn't. They
took it to the
finished
next
it
level.
basically, and as soon as they did, the other dude would call the cops, and my kids would get assault charges. And I said that's the way it is nowadays. It's a shame. Back when I would get in a fight or something, majority of the time we'd get up and shake hands and it would be done. And that's the way it was. And I told one of the last times I told the judge, I said, I told him that. I said, whatever happened to this? I said, now you get in a fight, even if you don't start it. The one that calls the cops first is safe. And he said, well, you can't resort to violence and this and that.
My sister's baby dad, right? There was a big ordeal. Like he was like just going crazy one day, punching himself in the face and all kinds of shit. And then my mom's like, dude, you need to calm down. Like, this is my house, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, blah, 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 this and that. And she holds him back. You need to calm down. She scratches his arm with her nail, and fucking he calls the cops. And she gets arrested. Bro, pussy fuck. Sorry about it, but that's ridiculous. Like, come on.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. People need to just calm down, think things over. They don't need to be tripping like that, dude. Like, there should never be anything involved, because I feel you I feel like violence, bushcraft, and I feel you on that, and approaching it in a non-violent manner. I feel like violence should only ever come up if they're like up in your face or something like that, pushing you like this, or they're spitting in your face or some shit. Like they're like.
I always told him, I said, if they're calling you names or something, that's no biggie.
Exactly.
Just walk away. But if they touch you, that's another. I said, when they touch you, you turn around just until they stop.
Yep.
It's on.
One rule in jiu-jitsu, like, no shit, man. Like, you keep your space, but like once they lay their hands on you, it's a free thing. They touched you first. Choke them out. So you'll be the one bleeding when the cops show up. They're not bleeding. They're just asleep. So they're going to jail.
We used to live when I did live out in the country. Well, it was not really country, but it was close enough. But there was a retired sheriff who lived down the road, and his kids would ride four-wheelers through the road and stuff and toss up gravel. And we had issues with them quite a bit, but we had a garage sale out there, and my kids were out there playing in the road, which was kind of in the front yardish, and they were off to the side letting people go by. And one of the ladies that lived down at the end of the road where the sheriff was, pulled up and said, "If your kids get in the road again, I'm gonna run their little ass over."
Wow.
And back then I had really bad temper issues, and I took my fist through her window and said some words and stuff, and then the sheriff got called on me. And I told her, and the people from that were at the yard sale stayed there because they said, the cops are going to be down here. We're going to stay here to tell them what she said. And the cops or the sheriff came down, and they all said she threatened to run the kids over, and didn't matter. I still went to jail.
Wow. Load of shit.
You
Like threaten a kid's life, but let me fucking protect my kids. Fuck this.
it was all dropped and everything, but it's still.
That in an SHTF society, though, people like that, they've got to realize there's going to be nobody there. Who are they going to call if they say some shit like that? Who are they going to actually call? Who are they going to call? Like, you're going to call somebody? Yeah. Who are you going to call? Like who are you going to, what are you going to, how are you going to threaten me? That's it for you.
And this is the good times. People are disrespecting each other in the good times.
How funny is that? We're in the good times right now. Isn't that crazy to think about? It seems like we're in the bad times, but we are in the good times.
As Americans, we have it great.
Man, I saw some photos today. It showed half of it was a half of an image from America, and it was a half of an image from a country. It'd show a baby in America, like half of it, and it'd show a baby in Ethiopia, half of it, and then it would show somebody like a child in Palestine, like with his face covered in blood and rubble around it, and show a child in America on the other half of it, with his face covered in paint, having a good time. And man, that shit really touched my heart, dude. Like, all these different images, man, made me realize how good we have it in the United States, dude. Like,
good. We do. And that's why
yeah.
They brought up Ali and Falah Muhammad that came from fucking Iraq, who watched their uncle get publicly executed, comes to America and just is saying this is the most amazing place I've ever been. Oh my God. And I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, these are two kids we went to school with, and their dad was a really good engineer. He was an engineer for something I forgot, but he was I don't know if it was connected to Saddam's regime in any way, but because it's like Operation Paperclip type shit. They're gonna keep all the good scientists and engineers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like. And then they got brought over, and their uncle got executed in public for saying something against the leader.
They had to came to the land of opportunity, which air quotes, ignore that. It is the land of opportunity. This is the greatest.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's about to be. People are about to start getting paid money to do absolutely nothing at all. They're about to do that universal income, and they're about to push that bushcraft. You heard about this Tesla robot?
Oh shit.
Tesla robot?
It's the Tesla bot. It has the same technology as the car does.
They want to make
It goes with the car. It can go to the grocery store for you and pick up your groceries.
Well, I know. I did a video about this. They're actually building a grocery store that is run by robots. You just go in and you order online or on your phone. You go pick it up. You drive through and pick the groceries up. And there's robots that go up and grab the stuff and come down.
That would make so much more sense.
Be more efficient.
real.
They need to put robots inside the fast food restaurants and shit, dude.
There they go. McDonald's, they already have a bot that flips the burgers and stuff.
See, dude, because it don't need to be taking no fucking, like, 10, 15 minutes for me just to get, like, one thing, dude.
Go dig a fucking ditch and get your fish.
Yeah, but they don't need to be working in, like, you know, like a chef type style, you know? Don't be hating on, like, there ain't no hating on no job. Any job is good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to blame everything on the industrial complex because, you know, I'm a free market guy.
Straight up.
If a lot of people made themselves more or less expendable, then a lot of things would be different. You figure like some of these places to where if they're, you know, just from the size, I don't know, the size of the machinery they need, obviously they need, you know, robots and stuff to do some of this work. And it's the same thing, as simple as if it's just flipping a burger or dropping fries and raising debt and flipping it. If the people who are there don't care enough about the job to actually do their job, then there's no incentive to not get rid of them and save yourself.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But what about the people that work at a 3-star Michelin restaurant or something like
They
that?
wouldn't have replaced, I don't think. I think like
You know,
they earned, like they went to school.
like people that like cook for celebrities or something, you know, people that
I feel like they can never be replaced. People that cooking like amazing food, they can't be replaced. But like fast food restaurants can all be replaced. I guarantee that. Flipping fucking burger, doing the same shit, frying chicken, the same shit, working at Chipotle, cooking up the same bullshit every day. Like if it's the same thing every day, a robot can do that.
But most of that stuff's already cooked up anyway, and then
Exactly.
frozen.
I know. Yeah.
The people are demanding themselves out of a job, you know, and that's the whole thing. It's like you got a 50 or 60-year-old person working at McDonald's talking about this is the only job they've ever had.
God, but and they're not even a manager at the shit.
You know, it's the people are getting what they deserve because they're putting in the work that they feel it's worth.
Straight up.
Like when I see an old lady working at McDonald's, man, that makes me want to just like look at myself and be like, what the fuck am I doing with my life?
Yeah, it makes you be like, dude, you'll be like, I gotta do this, dude. Like, that's shit, dude.
It's not right. It's not right for these old people to, I don't know. You know?
Dude, but yeah, I mean, I respect them still out there trying to get some. Maybe some of them want to just have something to do.
Absolutely. Like all these farmers that retire, like 60, 70.
They're gonna replace the farmers too with robots.
Oh, they already are.
We just need our generation, man. We need. I don't know. We
Mr.
won't.
Microsoft himself. He's got farms down in Mexico where he's I think it's strawberries, growing strawberries, and it's all robots, and it's just one guy takes care of all of them. Picks them, everything.
He paid Jeff Bezos to go to fucking space. Like, okay, enough's enough.
See, you gotta think though. You gotta watch that mindset. Don't hate somebody just because they got that money. Because
Exactly.
if you get that mindset, if everybody's going around talking about, you know, the 1%, fuck them, blah. I want to be the 1%.
Yeah, you can't hate somebody for earning $1.
You know what I mean? It's like everybody wants $1 million, but they want to complain about the millionaire. You know what I mean? So
Exactly. I heard you say that before in a previous line about that. But whenever we're paying for it, I just feel like it's not right. But then again, they found a way to manipulate everything to make it like, look, this is what we do. This is what I do. You know what I mean? Weird. Hate on them at all.
Bushcraft, I assume you're the oldest gentleman on the panel. You remember back in the day when it used to be a McDonald's job or a car hop job was, at 15 you're out there and you're getting a job. That way by the time you were in your mid-20s, you're in your career kind of thing.
Well, I lied when I was in my younger days. I lied about my age, and I didn't do no McDonald's or stuff. I went straight to construction.
Fuck yeah.
I was, I think, 14, 15 years old. I had my own place. Had my car until I got pulled over and then lost it.
You do what you got to do, man.
Didn't have a license, but I was in because whenever I got hurt, they said, "Well, you'll have to go on SSI because you don't have enough. You won't have enough time paid." And I said, "Well, you might want to check that out." And they checked it out and said, "This can't be possible." And it says, "You've been working since you were 14." I said, "Yeah." You can't work when you're. I said, "Yeah, I did." And I had enough money to get Social Security.
Yeah, because see, even when I was running the streets at 13 and 14, doing all that dumb shit, I still was washing dishes at, Pizza Hut and, the Mexican restaurants,
Mm-hmm.
And all this shit's making me regret.
Side hustle.
Work, bro. Like, I wish I was working instead of playing fucking football. Man. I regret every.
You still had a good time playing football, though, huh?
I loved it, man. It made me who I am. But
yeah, dude.
Bro,
our team sucked, though.
Be a hard-working American than fucking just knowing only sports my whole life and my dad pushing me sports.
It's the same concept. You look at your team like you look at the world. You got to depend on your coach like you're your boss. Everything is relative. You know what I mean? It's not just the meathead aspect of it. You know
and that's a lot of who I am, too. And, like, I respect everybody and everybody.
Selling Pokemon cards.
There's
Garbage Field Kids. Remember those?
And yes, sir. Like, and this motherfucker is like 18, 19 years old, but I'm going to respect him, you know what I mean? That's what taught me that a lot.
See, that's what a lot of people don't understand is that some of these institutions like the sports and, all these other different things, they're meant to teach you. And the more they get rid of them and the more kids don't want to involve themselves in all these things to get the socialization and the structure. Okay, you've got to work if you want this. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. If you want to win, it's about if you put in the work, you get the win.
Yeah.
People don't have that anymore.
It needs to be heard in the fucking world, man. This is awesome. Like, man, like that's beautiful. Like
back in the day when they had shop and things like that, auto mechanics and stuff like that for high school.
Took it all out.
And now they want to replace it for
drama club. Show me this, show me that. Fuck you.
Well, how to be and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember I took shop class and I took home ec. I took
they didn't have that shit in my school, man. For me, I didn't take that shit.
Agriculture. They taught us a little bit about welding and shit, but that's absolutely it.
Yeah, the ag around here is they switch it up every 2 weeks. So it's not the, you don't learn a whole bunch of anything. You just learn a lot of nothing.
I wish I was in high school in like 2000, man. Like 2000, like would have been great, but anything after that, absolute shit.
Yeah, man. Tennessee's high school made a funny comment just now. My dad used to say, you're not allowed to talk until you've reached that point in your life when you're
That again?
like my dad, he used to be like, he's like, you're not allowed to talk to the men unless you have fuzz on your peaches, son. Other than that, you keep your mouth shut and you listen and learn.
You are to be seen and not heard.
Dude, but nowadays the kids are the ones that are about to be spanking their parents and shit. The kids are about to be pulling the belt on their mom and dad and shit.
I'll tell you that right now. It's pretty fucked up, but I could.
It's already happening. Look how
Dude.
many people. I mean, I'm not. You know, well, I am shitting on your generation. I've met so many kids from your generation who were like raised by their grandma, but yet they disrespect the hell out of her. You know, they spit on her, they talk shit about her.
Well, I never know about nothing like that, but no, I've heard about people that do that shit. I've known people that do stuff. Like I've known people I had to stop talking to because they would be disrespectful. Like I don't even like they would do bad shit. Though these people I found out like they would like do shit like hit their own mom or something like that.
Right.
You know,
No,
that's
man.
some shit that I would never. That's some shit like that you would like. That's some shit that you deserve to die for. Not die for, but according to the Bible, that's some shit that you'd get stoned to death for. Though was disrespecting your parents in any way,
I was raised
but
on
let alone hitting them.
She made me know everything I ever did. Yeah, I had a father.
Especially hitting your grandma, dude. Who the fuck's gonna be hitting their grandma, dude, or hitting their mom, dude? Like,
Graze anymore. What's that?
Yeah, if you,
Just like we've
you
literally
touch
got
a kid,
an
you
entire
get the cops
generation.
called on you.
We've got an entire generation of fucking kids who preach respect, you know, but they literally have no idea what the word means.
yeah, dude. What? And they want it, but they do nothing to earn the shit.
Goddamn terrorists.
Dude, he on vacation. He's on vacation right now.
Are we homeless? We live.
Yeah, he has his own SHTF situation going on right now, but he's surviving though.
We have to be strong through this, you know.
Yeah, dude, I went through the same situation recently, man.
We have to look at other like things on a different spectrum. Like we can't just give up, you know. I mean, no matter how hard it is, man, we just gotta keep going, dude. You know, can't give up
Straight up.
no matter what. No matter if you get fucking sunburn at 10 in the morning, it doesn't matter. You keep going.
But you gotta keep on working for it though, cause you gotta survive. You live or you die. You live or you die. Are you gonna be somebody that's dead on the side of the street, or are you gonna be somebody that's living and having a good life? And sipping on some whiskey and smoking on some fucking good shit. What are you gonna be doing?
I hear that.
Are you drinking on some Truly?
This shit, dude, don't drink this.
Come on now, bub. That's a. Oh my bad.
This is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yo, White Claw. We do not promote drinking alcohol on this channel.
I'll promote
But if you do find yourself drinking, drink White Claw. We'd like to get them as a sponsor. I don't know. That'd be cool.
I actually had beer sent to me. It's
Dude.
organic fruit stuff,
beer just tastes like fucking piss, dude. Fuck beer.
and they wanted me to do a review on it. I can't do that on my channel.
I feel you know
Enough
what.
They said, well, enjoy it anyway. And I said, okay.
I would like if I was on like maybe if they offer me a little bit if they was like
Hey, turn your mic down. So
Get your mic down. I say that every
if they offered me like a little bit of cash or something like that to like talk about that, I'd be like, okay, during a live stream, I'll be sipping on that beer, talking about how good it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, but only during certain ones though, and like I respect that, John T. And I respect not even drinking at all. You know, I'm not somebody that drinks, but sometimes after a long day of work, I've worked for 12 hours, 13 hours, 10, anywhere. Sometimes I work between 10 to 14 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? And after that, man, I want to I want to whistle a little bit. Give me a little, I want to wet my whistle. You know what I'm saying? So, I drink my whiskey. I drink my whiskey, and and that's what it is, dude. But I could see how alcohol has ruined civilizations before.
Bro, it's ruined civilization, ruined life. Dude, it's doing right fucking now.
Yeah.
But
But what would you guys have for any advice in this man's situation? Bushcraft and Hutch. This man needs some advice.
Explain your situation.
well, one, I just got a lot of mental, like a bunch of mental blockage. You know what I mean? Just trying to like hold me back from life in general. Just like something in my brain is just telling me like to just you don't need this, you don't need that, you need to do this, you need to do that. But in reality, I need to be doing all the things my head's not telling me to do, and it's just like it's just hard. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like go to medication. You know what I mean? I don't want nothing to like cover up what I truly am. You know what I mean? Truly. Fuck. But you know, I mean, shit, man. You know, I'm trying to make it. You know, and I don't look down on being kicked out of a house. I don't look down on the people that's done it to me. You know what I mean? And like, it's totally understandable. You know what I mean? It's just mental is a big thing right now. I don't know why. I've never had this problem before. And, you know, I just think it's something in the air, man. It's just something in the air that's fucking affecting every minority, young, like
the vibe. Me and Hutch was talking about this
person. You know what I mean?
the other day.
Kind of like weaken everybody. I'd be like, oh, this person, these people need help. These people need help. And it's like, why don't we need fucking help? You know what I mean? Like, why are we put in the back? You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm like talking out of my ass by now, but yeah, you know, I'm homeless and I'm just trying to make it.
I've been there.
You gotta work that ass off. You gotta get a fucking job. You gotta fucking get out there, and you gotta be fucking out there. If you're not, and this is not talking to you, I'm talking to all of America. I'm talking the whole, not just you in particular. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying you gotta fucking, if you ain't working at least 60 hours a week at fucking McDonald's or some shit like that, then you fucking can't talk. Don't tell me you're broke because you ain't fucking out there at McDonald's and shit at least 60 or 70 hours a week and shit. And you, but I'm tripping. I digress. But if that's the only shit that you have an option, honestly. But if you don't want to, fuck it though, dude. Fuck it though.
No, it's not fuck. Look, real shit. I'll call you out directly. I'm talking to you, not America. Look at the fucking self, bro. Real shit. If you're doing the exact same shit right now that you were doing that got you in the situation that you're in right now, look at your fucking self. You know what I'm saying? Put on your big boy fucking pants and look at yourself. Real shit. Change your situation. Ain't nobody gonna fucking do it for you.
Get that shit done, dude. Go out there and get a fucking job wherever the fuck you've got to, man. Go out there and fucking do what the fuck you do, man.
We're gonna get this filming done, but I'm also gonna be working.
Dude, yeah, dude, we'll be doing this shit simultaneously, but you
don't
fucking...
tell me real shit. I mean this with all the respect in the world. I don't give a fuck. Don't tell me. Convince yourself. Don't convince me. Show me with your actions. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what you say.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I respect it.
I respect the results. I don't want promises. I want results. You know what I mean? Real shit.
And that will be the most beautiful moment of your whole fucking life, dude. The man that has lost everything but gets it back and shit, it will be way better than it was before, dude.
I'm not looking at how I lost everything, you know. I'm gaining much more from this, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people be like, fuck this, dude, fuck this. I'm going to Knoxville. I'm going to hold up a fucking sign, you know what I mean? Fuck all that. You know what I mean? I'm going to Houston. I'm going to New York. I'm going to any of the biggest cities in the world just to try to find help. You know, oh my God, I need a handout. No, dude, fuck that. Fuck that. That's not what life's about. But anyway, if you do that, whatever, do you.
Straight up, dude. That's just
Houston. When I went to Houston, all you seen, like, I'm a hometown, Lake Charles, Louisiana. All you seen was
give me 1 second.
Asking for handouts, asking for this, asking for that. What's up? But yeah,
That's like one thing that irritates me about nowadays. Everybody has anxiety. I know there are some people that do, but
Right.
that's like the first excuse somebody has for something is, oh, my anxiety won't let me do that, or it's like the normal thing.
yeah, 100%. I feel that. I've met a lot of people the past few months that are like, oh, anxiety this, anxiety that, counseling this, fucking therapist that. No, dude, we're just fucking bred in a pussyfied America right now, and we just have to like grab our nuts, fucking grab your ovaries, whatever you got, and just fucking get out there. You know what I mean? And don't let anything hold you back.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do have that issue, but there's a lot that just use it for an excuse.
Exactly, 100%, 100%.
Because if you're scared of everything, then what's the point of even being? You know what I mean? At some point, you've just got to face it. But like, hey, if it's going to kill me, if I'm hiding and it's going to kill me, I'm scared it's going to kill me, then why don't I just go out there and deal with it? Because it might not.
Whatever, I die trying. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you just got to put yourself out there.
100%. And this has helped me realize that, man. And like everything, I just feel like everything was holding me back. Like all the Xbox, TV, PlayStation, everything, and all this fucking materialistic bullshit was just holding me back. So I fucking sold it all, got rid of it all, fucking left. You know what I mean? Like it's just you just have to focus on you and just making yourself better. You know, we all shit.
Hey, I mean, stop chasing that ass too.
That's one thing I do not do, and that's probably hard to believe, but that's the last thing on my mind, man. Is because like fuck up and get a kid, and all this and that, and all this and that, blah blah blah, fucking ruin your life. But yeah, like that's one thing. Chasing ass is not my forte. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do fuck with that, but yeah, no. Now's not the time for all that. You know, now's the time to build a foundation for myself and for the people around me. You know, to just look at me and be like, oh, you went through this, so man, I could do that too. You know what I mean? And like people that are homeless, like I met this girl who's been living on her van for 4 years, and just like wanting to kill herself, man, and just all kinds of messed up stuff. And just with me in my situation, like just wanting to lift these people up, and you know what I mean? It's
Living in the van's not homeless though.
Right.
There's like go to California, you'll see homeless people. There's a big difference between living in a van and having to go to a park and wash up and take a bath and
oh yeah, I've seen all of that.
Going to the gas station, cleaning up and stuff like that. And
see, you're young enough and you don't have any attachments. You ain't married. You ain't got no chillings. You're young enough that you could literally start any one of these fantasy lives that you want to live. You could get a van and live the rest of your life in that van, traveling the freaking country, like all, you know, van life with Gina and all them people over there. You're young enough to do this. You're in your own damn way. You know what I mean? You think you have to be this. Every option's available to you, man. You want to put the work in on.
Realize that. This is making me really realize that I don't have to be this way. I could be however I want to be. And you know, it's just it took this to make me realize, you know, I was living in Louisiana, and you know, I came up here, blah blah blah. My father sold the land, sold the house, whatever, for like less than nothing. You know what I mean? And that, like my own dad, my own mom don't own their vehicle. They don't own their own house. Like it's just like I want to be the one to own all that. You know, I want to be the one to make them realize, like, wow, you know,
why? Who gives a fuck what they think?
You don't prove it to yourself, not them.
And again, yeah, exactly. You know, this is stuff I need to hear.
What I tell my kids is, like, my daughter, fifth grade, said she wants to try out for football. And I said, okay. And I got so much shit over letting my daughter play football. And I said, why? And she actually took a big hit. This was tackle football. She took a hit from a guy that should have been in high school.
Mm.
She got up, bloody lip, got back up. The next time she went for his knees the next time and took him down. And I didn't have any problem with it. The next year she didn't want to do it, and I said, that's fine. And I said, you always going to don't do it because somebody else, or don't not do it because of somebody else. Do it because you want to.
Exactly, man. 100%.
Like what Bug Dude said. Yeah, Bug said you could buy some land, live in a shed, and grow stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's it, man. Yes, I mean, that's what I'm working towards. Just getting some land and just living on that land, man, and just making it something one day.
1 year of your life right now working, literally saving 70% of your check, of your leftover money, 70% for 1 year. You could buy land, set up something, and be set for the rest of your fucking life. If you'll bust ass for 1 year. Literally that easy. You know what I mean? There's a lot of work after that, but I'm saying to get to that point, it's not that hard.
Take all this shit and I'm going to run with it 100%. Like, that's just me, man. Like, I'm somebody who needs to hear this stuff, because I'll think one way, but if I hear another thing, it'll make me think a whole nother way. And hearing it from somebody, people that are experienced in life, what I mean? It really helps.
It's like when I tell people on videos that have like really scary crap going on and stuff like that, I said, but do what you're get prepared for stuff, but don't make it like don't get worked up over stuff you can't control, because it's. And I've seen a lot of channels that'll like try to scare the crap out of you.
Yeah.
And there's no use in it.
The only person that should be scared is the person who's not ready for it.
Yeah.
It just shows you how many sheep are out there, though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I get enough of those comments and emails. Yeah, like everybody kept telling me that there's no shortage or something like this, and I'll show videos. Oh, that's just Walmart. They're remodeling.
Right.
No, they're not. It's been like that for weeks. I said that's what's happening. It's going to be small towns are going to rent out first, and then it's going to be the bigger ones, and then by then it's going to be too late for those people.
Yeah, because they're not going to report on a national level all these small towns going.
Oh yeah.
Dry on all these. It's not going. People aren't going to know until it's affecting New York City and
Or in Dallas when they had all those cars,
Yeah.
Getting food for the food bank and stuff. Even though there's food banks running out of food left and right, but boy, that picture of all those cars look good on news.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna listen to all this shit, man, and I'm gonna run with it for sure.
Dude, like, don't not just think about it. Actually, dude, actually apply it to your life. Like,
100%, dude. I'm about to be working 2 fucking jobs. Fuck, dude. I'm gonna do whatever I can, man, to get the hell out of the situation. Because fucking being sunburnt at 10 in the morning is not fun.
but there's worse shit than that, though, man. I saw, like, you heard about this shit I was talking about with the children in another country.
I could not have a car. I could be in another fucking country going through this shit.
And with, like, I thought I lost some signal.
What?
But no, man, it is rough, man. Everybody struggles in their own way, though, for sure. Like, just because something is worse than another struggle doesn't mean each struggle isn't bad.
Absolutely.
You know?
Everybody has their own demons, and I've been fucking preaching this for years. Everybody has their own problems. Gotta face them. Shit.
Yeah, if I was younger now,
The struggle is
younger in this time period, that's what I would do. I would give me a small bus or a van, and like, I'm tired of this town, I'm going to the next town.
Right.
They see, bro.
You have a lot of connections, too, like, all parts of the United States and shit. Like, you know, let's say SHTF does happen, you could go to such and such town and Montana, or such and such town over in Oregon, or such and such town over in Indiana. You know what I'm saying? You could have all these options.
Yeah, nowadays they got apps to tell you, oh, you can park here, you won't get in trouble. You
Yeah.
can park over here and you
Really?
get Wi-Fi.
I mean, I know Walmart is like that and shit. I've actually
Check that out.
Yeah.
Check that out, Grays. That sounds like.
already got all that shit.
See, then all you need is gas money and food money.
That's
Yeah.
it. I mean, man, for real.
You could trade that car and put some money to get a van. Start living that, because you know who Van Life Regina is. You know what I'm saying? We've listened to her before, dude. Like, start living that lifestyle. Like, that's not a bad lifestyle. You could get a badass van life going, and then you could keep on saving money. Maybe you could upgrade to an RV one day. They have it to where you could pay for it on credit, monthly payments.
Oh yeah. I mean, my plan is to like get an apartment. You know, just like whatever. You know, just try to live simple and just prepare. You know what I mean? And just. You know, who knows? You know, who knows what happens? You know, I'm not thinking of the future. I'm not thinking of the past. I'm thinking of right now. You know what I mean? Like,
That's the problem, is you're stuck in the now and you're not thinking about the future. Where the fuck do you want to go? What's the end result?
I don't know where I want to go.
Exactly.
Dude, no,
That's
you
what
need
start thinking
to.
about. Don't think about now. Think of where do you want to be. That's where you got to start. Where do you want to be, and then figure out how you're going to get there. You can't have a starting place with no destination at the end. You know what I mean? You're just sitting there running in circles. Where do you want to be? That's what you need to figure out. Think about tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Right, you're right. And, you know,
In
here,
the next 3 years, what are you going to? We'll be 30. Me and this man, Grace,
3 years,
we both have the same birthday, the same year, same day, and everything.
born in the same time.
Where are you going to be when we turn 30 years old, dude?
Let
You
me
know what
live
I'm saying?
that right now. I'm living good.
We got, dude. I believe you will too, man. You gotta fucking get up out there. You gotta wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning and
That's a
go.
politician answer. Answer that fucking question.
Tell me
Gotta
the
be a
truth.
politician answer. No, living good. How you going to be living good? What do you explain that? Go into detail. How you going to be living good?
Well, I just
Come on, man. You ain't half-assing it.
working my fucking ass, man. You know, just getting out there and just doing absolutely anything it takes to
You're missing
fucking
what I'm saying.
get a fucking
Do what?
You said, what are you going to be doing when you're 30? And you said living good. Explain that. How? What are you going to be doing? What's that life you want?
No,
See, what's your idea of living good is what I'm saying.
I'm gonna work towards, you know, having land, having something, you know what I mean? I don't give a fuck if it's in a tent or not. Like just having something that I could call my own. You know what I
It
mean?
starts right now, though, too, dude.
Exactly, 100%, man. And this is all helping me fucking realize this. That's why I got rid of all my shit. That's why I was gonna leave the house and shit, you know, but you know what happened.
Shit happens, things happen, man.
The whole
But
bro-
we can't. I found this because I've doing my I've studied a little bit about Stoic. There's this dude. His name is Marcus Aurelius. I got a tattoo of him right here. He was a cool dude. He wrote this book called Meditations. It was like his journal that he put out throughout his life. But it's called Stoic philosophy. You got to realize this. Even if shit, you can blame your parents, you can blame your friends, you can blame God, you can blame society for all your problems. It could be all these different things' faults. But even if it is their fault, the only thing that you can do is accept it and try to change it the best way you, and just live your life. Even if it is someone else's fault, you can't do anything to change it. Just you got to keep on living, dude. You got to keep on working. You got to keep on fighting. You live or you die. It
bro.
doesn't matter if it's someone else's fault or not. It could be society's fault, but it doesn't matter. That's not going to change anything. Only you can change that.
100%. And I don't know any about that book or whatever the fuck. I don't even know who Marcus is.
I know that was just a little intro to it. But the long story short, you got to do it. You live or you die.
Like willingly, I like I live by that. But what I need to do is stop focusing on fucking lifting other people up and lifting myself up. You know what I mean?
You need to go to work tomorrow. Like I'm but you know what I mean, dude. Like not, do you know what I'm saying? Like you need, like you, I need, what? Because like, dude, that is what needs to happen, dude, and that is going to be the success. That is going to be the beginning to this happiness that you are going to have in the next 3. That is going to be the beginning to you owning everything you are going to own soon, and that is the beginning to all the happiness right there.
13 an hour here, and then fucking like 12 an hour
But
here.
dude,
I mean,
either way, anything an hour, that's better than $0 an hour.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
Like I got this, man. I got.
Dude, I believe you do, man. I have my faith, dude, and I have your back 100% of the way. You know how far do how we go back far, dude? We go back to the playground days and shit, dude.
15 years, baby.
Dude, well that's not playground days, I guess. Where that all that's just about. But yeah, dude, but you have a good support system, dude. And you know, I was going through a shitty situation myself recently. I had an SHTF situation myself. I'm still going through it.
Yeah, I feel that.
But I had to realize, no matter, even if it's all these people's fault, even if it's something to do with other people, I have to do it myself. You know, it ends with me dealing with it, you know, because I'm the one who knows what's going on in my head. I hear the thoughts. I hear all the shit that goes on inside of my head. No one else does. And just like everybody else hears what's going on in their head as well.
Yeah.
Klingon said she'd love to have an ambulance or a short school bus. I'm looking into the pickup truck U-Hauls, the little, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
My brother got one, a used one for like $1,200, and still put an extra 300,000 miles on that damn thing because he bought storage sheds. So I'm like, damn, if I can get one of those, $1,500.
Good night, Hava.
Turn Granny's attic into the loft for the bed and shit.
Fucking
Full blown camper and a pickup truck. That'd be freaking sweet. And still room to put a bike up in there. Oh yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I've seen they have those ambulances that are 4-wheel drive ones, all beefed up and stuff. Oh, that would be the ones to get. You just go climb it up a hill somewhere.
But fucking let it rot in his fucking backyard.
I know, dude. It's like people don't know what they got, dude.
Especially if you're fucking born with a silver spoon hanging out your fucking ass.
You just
I don't know nothing about that.
I wish, you know, could you imagine? You know, it seems like it'd be cool, but
His name fucking Drew. Like that.
don't be cussing and don't be saying names. So I say fuck, but you said fuck 18 times just now in the past. No, I
language.
Straight up. This is America. Straight up, but
take everything else say and 100% run with it, man. Like,
No,
don't
dude,
Stay away
fuck
from
it.
those. Stay away from those '90s Chevy full-size conversion vans, because that.
Get an Astro van, dude. Like Tribe's got, right, man? What year is his van? What year is Tribe's van? Does he
Early
put it in
90s.
Chat? Early
Yeah.
90s?
Or early 2000s, somewhere in that range.
Dude, he souped that out, man. He souped that out to
Hey, those
where
things
he
are-
could chill in it.
My buddy up the road, he's got one of those things. It's tore to hell, but he just loves it. There's a following behind those damn vans. It's crazy.
I can definitely see a whole community
Hell
around
yeah.
them.
Sorry for cussing so much, Pilgrim.
Nah, dude, I ain't offended by it. This is it's late at night. I was just tripping because I didn't want, because you know, I don't know, because I just didn't want to, I didn't want, because, you know, I don't want nobody who don't cuss and shit to be you know, because you know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody who's
Leave America. Sorry about it.
but I just, you know, but we're just flowing. We just flowing. I've been at this point. I feel like I would love to learn how to one day get clips. Do you guys know how to clip videos and stuff to where you get best ofs?
Yeah, I've got it on my gaming channel, but I don't have it on my bushcraft.
What games do you play?
just a bunch of games, Left 4 Dead and
Holy shit, that's dope.
7
That is
Days to
dope.
Die and stuff like that.
Okay.
What's the channel, Bushcraft? Push the channel, man.
Grandpa Gamer.
Dude, that's
Grandpa Gamer?
awesome, dude.
Yeah.
What? I never
It,
expected
it
that.
used
That
to,
kicks
it used to
ass.
be stock gaming, but
Okay.
YouTube did a thing to where anything that said stock in it would be on the blacklist. So
God.
I didn't get any views. I'm still like no views now, but so I switched the name to Grandpa Gamer.
Oh, I mean, that's a cool fucking YouTube channel.
You
No
need to get on Twitch too. That is a badass YouTube
shit. Yeah,
name.
stream on Twitch.
I'm
man.
on Twitch too,
You're on
but
Twitch.
I
Okay.
haven't streamed on Twitch for a long time.
Keep doing
Heard
it.
that.
I had my first gaming channel. I had 86,000 subs,
Shit.
and I had somebody.
Shoot.
And this was way back when you didn't get strikes or anything. You just got booted.
Yeah.
And somebody said they'd make a intro for me. So I said okay, and I put it on my videos, and he used a bit or a sound or something in there that was copyrighted. So boom, 86,000 subs gone.
Shit, man.
Jesus Christ.
And it was Star Wars game.
Battlefront.
No,
Knights of the
Old
Old Republic.
Ah,
Oh, that's one of my
The-
favorite games of all
the
time,
MMO.
man.
fun,
I'd
man.
be playing that. I'd still be playing that. Or maybe not the MMO, but I know what you mean those still.
yeah.
Man, that is crazy.
I still have access to that because everybody was doing just gameplay and stuff, and it has like a story mode to it. And all I did was I played the game and then did the story mode and recorded it, and it blew up because everybody wanted to see like each class what their story was, and it went crazy. Then after that channel went down, my kids got me into playing Minecraft and building stuff and shit. And
Huge right now.
I used to be really popular in it because of building. I was a really good builder.
Oh yeah.
But one video that it was stupid as hell, but it's got over 1.5 million views on it, and I still make money from that every month.
Wow.
But it's how that video made so many views over. I've still never figured it out.
Man, all I can say is get back into that, man. For real, 'cause that shit is blowing up right now. Like that's one thing I'm into is all this YouTube shit, and that shit is blowing up. Minecraft, especially.
Yeah.
The biggest YouTube channel I'd say would probably be Coco Melon or some shit, dude. My son, he watches that shit all. That shit that mesmerizes these small children and these babies,
It's a fucking.
dude.
It's mine.
I make sure I watch it with him though to make sure there ain't no like messed up shit in it though. I haven't seen that, but this man, it's just so crazy. They have like I don't know, it's like 800 million subs or some shit, or like 120 million or something like that.
Yeah,
Like,
I know a lot of the bigger gamers too.
Recently,
PewDiePie, he has a
PewDiePie has like 120 million or some shit.
Yeah.
he's tied up with a lot of them.
But that's where he started. He started in the live stream gaming, but he's had a lot of like problems with like racist stuff and stuff. But still, they get past that. But
Yeah, whenever he was tripping in the video games, yelling at the
child YouTube channels, man, like they will have like 45-minute or an hour-long videos of like Cocomelon, all this like child stuff, but in between they will have like hackers will hack these videos and they'll fucking like they'll put up like crazy demonic like images and like
yes.
bro, and like it's insane.
Like there are people that got inside the Elmo toys back in the day, back in like 2008, and they'd say the Elmo
what
would
was
be
that
like,
little
"Go kill
thing?
your parents" and shit, or "I hate you"
Bro,
and shit.
literally that same exact shit is happening with all these fucking crazy videos like this.
Yeah, but I try to make sure to watch as much of this shit as I can.
Bro,
what was
this-
you saying, Bushcraft? Or wait,
that used to be this little doll that got hacked, and it would cuss the kids out and stuff.
yeah, that's not good vibes, dude.
Bro, like I'll send you a link after this shit, man. And like, there's this video that pops up and like teaches and tells kids to go grab a knife and tell them how to like kill themselves and shit. Sorry, it got dark right there.
Wow.
Dude, chill. Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about it.
That's dark language. That's bad language.
Right,
But,
right.
dude, not like.
It's real.
Yeah, I know. I know. I've heard about stuff like that before, dude.
And on
sure,
that
man.
note, no, I'm just fucking with you. It's midnight. I'm about to dip out, y'all. It's been a good live. Bushcraft. Damn good to hang out with you. Grace,
Yeah,
Phil,
me too.
as always. Chat. Appreciate y'all. Got a call.
Yeah.
Be safe.
Hutch, we'll talk to you, Bubba.
All right, I'll holler at y'all.
Peace.
Yeah, the crazy thing now is, since somebody brought up Pokemon cards, is opening packs of cards,
Oh yeah.
and they spend so much money on that stuff. It's nuts.
It's like not even opening packs. Like if you have like a collection, or if your kids have a collection,
Yeah,
go through those cards, and a lot of them be like $2,000, $3,000, like $100,000 cards, man, that are just sitting in people's closets right now.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I'll see videos where the dude, he got a Charizard card, his son won it, but he's like, "Oh, son, let
I'm
me see
keeping
that."
Like, I don't Paul, but like he's a huge YouTuber, and he's revolutionized that shit, man.
I'm pretty sure Logan Paul's a household name.
He has he wore this Charizard card he won, or he pulled, which was like $100,000 card, but he won it in his boxing match, or he wore it in his boxing match against Floyd Mayweather, and it made it a $3 million card. It's just like it's just insane. Like everything from Yu-Gi-Oh to any like baseball cards, football cards, like it's huge right now. Like channel, I'd be opening.
People are they're stuck in the past. They want to reminisce on the past quite a bit.
It's coming back.
The nostalgia, that's why everything's a remake or everything's like a sequel that sucks, but not, usually the third movie will kick ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Pokemon, they come up with a new one. It's just the same one, just they make it look different a little bit.
Exactly. I noticed that with these games. Yes, dude.
Yeah. Or what are Ruby Red or whatever the Pokemon game is. And they redo it, and it's the same game. It's just for a different console or whatever.
See, I stopped playing Pokemon after those ones right there, I would say, because after that I got to the DS, and I stopped playing I didn't have a DS. I had the Game Boy Advance. That was it.
I can't, even on my phone, I can't stand playing on a small screen.
The GameCube had some good Pokemon games on them, though.
GameCube changed gaming, dude. Like,
yeah, GameCube.
No, it changed gaming for sure. And with all this like next gen bullshit, like it's all the same shit, man.
Somebody I know's got a PS5 now.
Don't waste your money on it, honestly.
He said it kicks ass, though.
Yeah, it kicks ass, but man,
Kenny.
It like if you're a true gamer, like for instance, like with the football games and shit, man, it's all the same shit. Nothing's different. Like they're just trying to get more money out of you, man. I mean, that's all it's about.
New players.
Klingon Princess. Here's a link to the an eBay or a raff of. I didn't mean to spam the chat like that with all those. That's weird, but
that's one thing that
the Wrath of God magic card.
Like Windows
is worth $192 on eBay.
Holy hell! Like that's the thing. I feel like that's the next thing is to come out. Is like all these magic The magic card.
That's the oldest game, though. I used to play it back in the day. I'd play it now if I ever found anybody who'd play it with me. But other than that, I might teach my son how to play it with me. But I'll be like, don't tell everybody about it.
Yeah, I tried to I tried to explain to my son how we used to play Dungeons and Dragons
I played
with
some
the
Dungeons
books and
Dragons.
stuff. And,
Oh yeah,
but how?
that paper.
That's
and that
we
pen.
all had to actually get together instead of getting on a cell phone.
Man, that's so kick. But one thing about a cell phone is like they will have some games you can connect like a controller to and like really base a whole YouTube channel off of a
What
cell.
up, Dusty Data?
And a lot of these people get like cell phone video game sponsors and all this and that. They're all fucking trash, honestly. The only cool cell phone game is like Call of Duty Mobile. Like that's like the that's like the
I'd rather play on a computer though.
100%, man.
I don't like this little.
100%. I feel that. PC gaming is like where it's at.
It's just like doing a while back. I said do a challenge where 24 hours no tech or anything, just to see if you could do it. And I like nowadays that people order their food and watch TV on their cell phones and every little thing, everything's in that. So remember the days when you actually wrote a letter and you sent it in the mail if you wanted to socialize with somebody?
I honestly,
I wrote letters to my dad in prison.
young, but I'll be writing Santa letters. Like you already know.
But that was I remember like that. Like I imagine back in the day, like when there was a letter. It's like I think of a letter. I think of them. It's like, dearest mother, we are like.
Or I remember when once a month you would like call relatives because it was so expensive for long distance. Everybody get
really?
around the phone and talk.
Oh yeah.
It's gotten so much easier because
And then
me
now
and him
it's just
can't
like-
even like we don't know. We've heard stories, but
But that's the thing. We have access in our pocket at all. Like we could literally learn anything we ever wanted to learn off of our cell phone in our pocket. But will we? Probably not.
Yeah, well, they don't even teach you cursive anymore in school.
Absolutely not. Like I can't even write cursive. I remember whenever they were teaching cursive, and like it stopped like mid, like right when we were learning it. Like it just stopped.
I can only write cursive. I can write in regular writing, but it's very sloppy. My cursive is the only thing I can really write in.
How often do you actually use it?
I don't even write. Usually, I never write at all. You know, like
Every once in a while,
if I'm in my
you
journal,
have that little
I'll be
screen
like,
where you have to sign your name on a screen. It's not even a piece of paper or a real pen now.
I honestly like cursive.
Hoodell, I'm not sure if he kept them or not. I don't think so.
Like, why do they even have cursive like in the first place? Like,
Well, that's how you communicated.
Maybe they invented regular like the like for the typewriter. Maybe is why they maybe that's why they stopped using cursive as much is because. I don't know, but I still remember learning cursive. Though I don't know, but I feel like my generation, like we're the last generation that got paddled at school.
oh yeah,
We're
dude.
the last generation that got in trouble at school for we'd get our asses whipped by the principal if we did bad
I remember
shit.
that it had a paddle that had holes in it, and it had springs in between them. So when it smacked your ass, it smacked you about 4 or 5 times.
I remember this man. He had a straight ours had a straight It was just a solid board and it had a bunch of different writings on it. I don't know if it was people's names or if it was different quotes from different famous people. Dude,
One story. Me
Tell
and
it.
like the most badass dude of all time He would kick anybody's ass. He was like, no one would
He
fuck.
knocked somebody's eyebrow off one
He
time,
knocks
like,
eyebrows off. He's punched an ear off. Like,
but not like it made like the flesh peel off from the dude's eye, like
Look.
not his. Like it was like
we were skipping class. We got caught. We got to the principal's office. He paddled us, and I remember to this day this badass motherfucker. We walk out the principal's office. He's like, man, I'm never fucking skipping class again, man. Like, dude, what the
dude,
fuck?
yeah, we got paddled. Me, that dude, and our other friend Joey. We all got paddled, and like we all got watery eyed, man. That dude, the principal, he let it in on us, man. He let us have it, dude. He
I
said,
mean, we were sports, like we were athletes.
so we had to go a little bit harder, dude.
Elementary, dude. Our social studies teacher would bring us in the hallway and paddle us, and with that, like, dude, if they did that nowadays, there'd be a court.
Oh yeah.
Exactly, dude. That would definitely be. But yeah, I remember you'd get it worse
Yeah,
when you got home, though. Too,
They would
if you
make
got in trouble.
right next to your class too. That way, everybody heard that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good night, Klingon. But yeah, I definitely the kids like this. People have got to know, like the like you should not like, but it's you should definitely. I believe in spare the rod and spoil the child. Is that how it goes? Like spoil the rod, spare the child. How does that one go? Like, but it's still it's like. It doesn't like I don't think necessarily like it's not good to like be beating your kids though.
Oh,
but it's
yeah.
not good to be letting your kids like cuss at you or like disrespect. That's why like I would never be cussing in front of my son. I don't cuss in front of my kids like that. Like but I'm in front of adults. So but if I am like this, I'm like, well, don't cuss at all because I'm your dad and I told you not to. If you're around your friends, don't be doing that shit in front of teachers, in front of other adults. Don't be.
It's
But
called respect.
yeah, exactly. Like that's what it all boils down to. And
that's what I learned quickly back in the day.
yeah, I learned quickly too, dude, because of the interactions I did have with my dad whenever because. This dude, he was in prison for a while, and we got 10 minutes. Do you guys want to keep it going for 10 more minutes and call it a night?
Yeah.
Bushcraft, thank you so much, man, dude. It's kick-ass to have someone like you on here, man. You're definitely a cool dude, man. You bring a lot of good wisdom, man. I hope that you've changed this man's life right here, dude. Like,
Yeah,
I
man.
hope that your wisdom's gotten into this man's heart and his mind.
100%.
But my dad, though, man, he was in prison. And he was just a very hard dude. He's still here, but he's just I remember him being he's different now. He's way more chill now than he used to be. But I remember him being a very rough dude all the time. Just always thinking just like always like just yelling about some shit or always being just drunk off of his ass, and then he'd be talking about he'd be saying some pretty bad shit about people, and then I'd be like, dude, you're describing yourself basically. Like,
That's
get a
how
fucking
my dad
job and
was.
quit having kids with all these different people. My dad, he has 8 different kids from 8 different women. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and like his prison thing, like, and not everybody is bad that's done crimes and shit like that, but he just the way that he talks about it as if it's like hey dude, I'm fucking cool as fuck for this, dude, I was butt naked in somebody's house and shit, and then I had to go to prison for 3 years because of it. And this dude got kicked out of the army too for stealing pills from the infirmary.
Oh wow.
Yeah, dude, he would have imagined I probably wouldn't even exist if that wouldn't have happened though. Because that was like a few years before he met my mom. Yeah, this dude's a character though. I'll definitely, as time goes by in the future, like I have a lot of good stories to tell about my dad though. Like this man, I used to have to breathe in his breathalyzer on his truck because he is a drunk driver and shit.
I did the same thing.
That had to,
My dad drive a vehicle.
Yeah, his dad didn't even drive ever. I've never seen his dad drive. This guy.
I've driven my dad home from the bar many times. I had a special box and everything to set on so I could drive home.
Oh man.
Like, you know, they don't mean to do that. It never starts off like, you know, they're not thinking they're
Yeah.
gonna have to get their kids to drive them home and shit.
Well,
like,
my family, which I don't usually have much to do with them, but they told me that my dad was a regular guy and whatnot. And when I was 2 years old, my mom was murdered by a serial killer in Texas. And ever since then, he went to drinking. And that's what I said, where I have experience from the foster homes and things
I
like
remember you
that,
saying
because
yep.
we'd move from one city to the next, and he'd get in trouble and end up in jail. So I'd have to live with whoever. That's why when we were in Los Angeles, I lived for 2 years with my friend's grandma, and like I said, I was the only white person for 16 blocks in all directions in Watts, and at that time it was pretty rough, but it wasn't so much of the people there. It was more from cops. Cops were the
I remember
bad
saying
element.
that too last time. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it is whenever just in jail. Like, usually be the guards that'll be being mean to people and beating them up and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. That is
And that's rough, Bushcraft. I didn't know that you had such an insane life story like that,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
I respect that, man. Like, I could see, dude, honestly, but I could see myself going, I could see myself driving myself to drinking after some shit like that happening to me, man. Like, that's
dude.
insane, dude. Like,
that isn't.
man, like, it's something.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, man, that's, the
Speechless.
Watts, man, is, like, were you there, during the riots?
No,
Not the Watts riots, but the LA riots, the Rodney King shit?
no.
Okay.
No.
Man.
That probably would have been a bit different, though.
Were you... How old were you during, like, all this craziness? Like, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that? Or were you a baby?
All through my childhood.
Your whole... Dude, that's how it was. Yep, I feel you on that, man.
There are spurts to where, like, if we were in Ohio, I would live with my grandpa, and that was great. I mean, he reminds me of my grandpa, because he knew all the plants and all that stuff and how to live off the land and stuff. And I didn't pay attention to it back then, but how I wish I would have paid attention to it now.
That's how I feel.
He had so much knowledge.
Man.
That's how I feel about how some of the stuff my dad tried to teach me with remodeling or vinyl siding, general construction laborer stuff like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember thinking, I was like, man, I don't want to do this, man. I hate this. But looking back, man, I was like, man, I'd be making some good money if I would have been doing it.
My dad taught me how to fucking get a mean ass beer. I'd say.
Yeah, and that sucks, dude. I feel like I feel like I've kind of broken the cycle, but I feel like I could always fall back into it, though, if I'm not careful. You know, if I'm not careful, I could always fall back into it. But I feel like I'm definitely probably been doing better than anybody in my family has in probably like 30 or 40, 50 years. Like, you know, since my grandpa.
During the 80s, I was real bad. I had some. I was actually in a band, and I played drums. I don't know how to play.
That's what he does. He plays drums too. This man's a drummer. We have a band.
But I don't know how to play drums.
Me neither.
But
you have some rhythm.
Then
though.
I did. But
you had some good
like
rhythm
I said,
on you.
I had a band. I was in a band, and in Las Vegas. We opened for a band called Y&T. They actually made it to MTV in the 80s.
Wow.
So we were actually pretty good. And it was just mainly cover songs and stuff like that. And like I said, to this day, I can't remember the name of the band. That's how bad. It was like Jim Morrison, I would say. Just anything, drink anything, do any drug. It was that
Lizard King.
bad.
Lizard
Yeah,
King.
man. But when we're younger, man, like I mean, I'm almost 30, so that's not that young, but that's still like a little bit old though too. I feel like, you know, that's somewhere in the middle, you know what I'm
Well, we
saying?
like it's old, but in reality, it's not at all. Even 45, 40s aren't old. 50s aren't old, you know? When you hear people dying in their 40s, like, that's sad.
when you're
Yeah.
in your 80s, that's old maybe, you know.
Just like when I was in Phoenix, when David Lee Roth broke from Van Halen, I actually partied with them in the Hilton Hotel. They had the whole floor, and like, because I had a friend that worked at the Civic Center where they would play, so every band in the 80s, I seen most of them. I partied with, and most of that stuff I don't remember. There's like bits and pieces, like I'll remember who I was with. There was Poison. I partied for a whole weekend straight. It was nothing. Then I'm surprised I still remember anything back then. But at that point, until I had a kid, and then I completely stopped everything and put being a dad ahead of everything.
Wow. Man, that's fucking nuts.
Straight up.
That's awesome. Wow.
Yeah, but I still say the 80s were the best years. Well, of my younger years, I said the 80s was the best years of my life.
Man,
and I don't remember half of it.
Yeah, I feel like right now I'm in the best years of my life right now, kind of. Not really. Maybe like the past like 4 years was
Man,
the best years
2004,
of my
2005
life.
was awesome, but now sucks.
But like it was better for me as an adult. Whenever I was a like teenager and a kid, it sucked though. I never remember
Feel
doing
that.
good things. Like all my good things happened to me as a grown man. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Sheltered.
unfortunately, like I've had some good things. Like I can't like hate on all this, but I can really not think of like too many good things from my childhood. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Same.
but I can't. There's nothing too horrible. There's nothing horrible that, but because there's a lot worse things, you know. Like, but I just can't. I don't know, man. Like, it makes you look at it. Just like you do have a very inspirational aura about everything that Bushcraft. Thank you for that, man. Like, and that you just made me go introspective on my own self and shit. I was about going introspective on this man, but now but dude, yeah, man.
That was good.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I remember when I was with my grandpa. All the kids had these fancy shoes. I don't remember what they were, but I was complaining to him about a new pair of shoes and whatnot, and he took me to a bar. I was real little, but we were sitting at the bar, and he was drinking. I had a pop, and he says, "You really shouldn't complain about not having the special shoes or stuff." I said, "Why not?" I mean, his friend down the end of the bar, he didn't have any feet. And he said,
Exactly.
and
It could be
that was
worse.
his little thing to tell me shouldn't complain about having that special pair of shoes when this guy down here doesn't have feet to put shoes on.
Wow.
There's always going to be somebody that's worse off than you.
Wow. Man, that's crazy.
This was a great live stream.
It was, man. You guys, shoot, man. You guys got anything you wanna plug in? You guys got anything you wanna say or anything? Because we might end up calling it quits here soon. Because I gotta wake up in like 6 hours from now on.
Yeah.
But I love it, and I walk away from a live stream and I feel inspired, though, dude.
Every time.
And I hope that Graze the Bush is inspired like just as good as me, dude.
Yeah. You can call me Graze. You ain't gotta say Graze the Bush.
I gotta say the full name. But yeah, we gonna on Wednesday I'm gonna be doing a live with the Digital Prepper and with Preppin' with Sarge. And they're both really intelligent dudes too. They're going to be talking about the artificial intelligence stuff. We're going to be talking about they know about cryptocurrency, about digital hacking and stuff like that.
Are you gonna be on theirs or?
That's going to be on it's going to be on here. It's going to be on this channel, on my channel.
We definitely want to be on that.
Let's see what's up though. You guys can come up there and say those guys they like the way. Because Preppin' with Sarge, he's a psychiatrist, not a psychiatrist, or I think he is a psychiatrist. He works at an insane asylum, kind of. You know what I'm saying? But
back in the day, I had 2,000 Bitcoin. I had a account for 2,000. I've been racking my head trying to remember the login and everything for that.
Oh, dude, that'd be worth you'd be worth million. That'd be worth millions.
Yeah,
dude, at this
Wouldn't be
point.
on this live stream right now. I promise.
Nah, dude, you know what I'm saying? You'd be straight. You'd be up on there like on the. If like with millions though, like the dudes, they only do live streams and shit. People like Conor McGregor and shit. Like I want to do live streams the rest of my life, no matter what, because it's all about talk radio to me. It's about the spirit of talk radio and connecting with the audience and connecting with the people I'm talking to, dude. So talk radio forever. But like some of these, like they'll do lives on Instagram or something like that, like Conor McGregor, and there'll be like 80, 90, 100,000 people watching it, and he'll just be drunk and he won't know how to operate his phone, and he'll be like, hey, hello, like.
I'll watch.
Dude, yeah, I was watching that the other day, man. I was like, oh man, but. Yeah, thank you guys for liking it, man. Yeah, Hutch, he went out a minute ago, but this is something that me and him do, guys. So we're gonna be doing this movie is gonna be getting finished up soon. So around towards the middle or end of September, it's gonna, dude. We put some acting into it. We put some lines into it. We put some camera angles. It's kind of. It's kind of like, you know, in a good way, in a very good way. It's kind of like a B movie-esque kind of vibe to it, but like not in a bad way, but like a just like in a, you know, it's the beginning of something that could become something even more.
Just gotta keep doing it. Keep doing it. You know, no matter what,
dude. But I am very proud with the performances that I've seen in this from the people involved. I'm proud of my performance in it, dude. Like.
Hell yeah, dude.
Well, we'll see what's. It's gonna be released as a premiere too, so it'd be like everybody could be watching the whole 45-minute movie and shit while we're talking to each other.
Well, that'll be good.
But you guys have a good night, though, man.
Yeah, man. You too.
Catch you guys later.
Peace.
All right, bro.